Good morning. If we can call the meeting to order and welcome to our City Council meeting for Thursday the 11th of July. Welcome, good to see a number of people in the public gallery, and welcome to our Community Board Chairs and Deputy Chairs this morning as well. So if we move to item 1, apologies, and I've got an apology from the Mayor for absence and Councillor Raf Manji for absence. Are there any further apologies? So I'm happy to move those apologies. Pauline Cotter is happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Declarations of interest. I'm declaring an interest in item 22, the district plan amendments in Littleton. And as the acting chair of the relevant committee, my intention would be that James Goff would chair that one item.
I have to declare an interest in that as well.
You've got an interest in that one as well. All right. So Dion Swiggs also declares an interest in item 22.
And I have one in item 13.
Item
so
13.
I will sit back for that.
Glenn Livingstone.
And ditto for me on the same one.
And yours is on item 13 as well. So Yanni Johansson, item 13 as well. All right, thank you. So if we can just note those declarations of interest, that's good. Now then, public participation. So Matthew Mark from the Christchurch City Mission. Is Matthew with us? So, Matthew, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. Now, the nature of this public participation part of the meeting, it really is just an opportunity to make a short presentation to Council on a subject of your choosing. These items are limited to 5 minutes, so I can only give you 5 minutes this morning, which I know is limited, but we're certainly looking forward to hearing from you in that 5-minute slot. If you wanted to allow any time at the end for questions, that's your choice. You may want to take the whole 5 minutes with the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to have George Blackmore is going to talk to some of the work that's being undertaken by our outreach team in the community. So George.
Hello, so my name's George, this is Don. Yeah. Cool, so I'll jump straight into it. So the outreach service is a practice model and key tasks from the outreach service. The outreach service will operate from both the crisis and management intervention model. Outreach team will regularly be present on the streets to identify newly homeless clients and engage with others living on the streets. And this includes street collectors. Outreach team will respond to basic human needs of those living on the street and give them access to food, shelter, showers and washing facilities. Outreach team will respond to inquiries from the public regarding possibly homeless individuals. Outreach team will respond to inquiries from businesses, organisations regarding those who are possibly homeless. So through our service, we've been going for a year. And we've had 220 clients access the service, and these are through internal referrals from our food bank, social work intake and our day programs. And we've also got external referrals through MSD, Ministry of Justice, Public Hospital, Mental Health and other social service agencies. And we also get community referrals from members of the public, businesses and word of mouth. The next slide is just a quick overview of some of the spots that are currently occupied. So we've got 161 Hereford Street, the Academy on Manchester Street. We've got an empty section, 368 Colombo Street. We have a home on Hereford Street, 407, and this is just some of the dwellings, and this is sort of the softer side of where these guys are living and some of the spaces that we approach. So how does the average client present? So normally they'll have childhood trauma, which involves sexual, physical abuse, which will in turn involve mental health. Physical health will be impacted. Incarceration, biological, chronological, so their physical presentation won't match their age. Education skills will be limited and limited family supports. So trends and comparisons from last year, we're seeing a real increase in mental health clientele and pressures on mental health hospitals. So these guys are being discharged in the community. They do have case managers, however, they're bouncing between services, so they're basically left. They are medicated, however, they're struggling to fit anywhere. Physical health is a huge one as well, so a lot of these guys, again, are being discharged from hospital, coming to us, and they may have quite serious physical health needs. Increased numbers from prison, again, it's just the pressure on the current system that's going on. So we're seeing a lot of guys being released with access to limited support, so they'll have no benefit, no accommodation, no ID, coming to us, and we'll try and quickly patch up what we can and get them integrated back into the community. And we're having a lot of clients coming from North Island, so we're not sure what this is yet, but we're having families, individuals coming down from the North Island, and we're sort of having to find out where they've come from specifically, gather information, and then adapt accordingly and try and support as best as we can. Emergency accommodation is becoming difficult to access, and this is just because of when it first came out, everyone pushed for it, and we're giving access to those. There's more access basically to be on the housing register. However, there's not enough houses at the moment. There's just not enough homes, but people are waiting on the register. There's not enough motels, so there's pressure again on us, but also for clientele, especially those that I'm dealing with, to get them access to these emergency accommodations. Oh, what was the last one there? Oh, and synthetic use. I mean, that's obvious, I think. Client access. So yeah, some of the challenges we face. Client access to communication. So this is just basic things like cell phones and being able to talk to their case managers, probation officers, anywhere really. Identification, so they've got no birth certificate, 18 plus card, driver's licence, or access to bank accounts and benefits. Clients won't meet the criteria for certain housing agencies, so again they're bouncing between several different services and they're not getting access to anything, and as a result they'll end up abandoned house, living on the street, or sleeping in their car. Process and duration to access services, so this is basically the process to access housing can take up to 6 months. So they make a phone call, that phone call could take 45 minutes to talk to someone. They will then be given an appointment time, which could take up to 2 weeks, and then that 2 weeks is just an assessment. Once they have that assessment, they'll be given a rating. Now, if they're rating from 15 to 20, they'll be prioritised, but that could be up to a 6-month wait before they're given permanent housing. In that meantime, they may be given transitional housing, but again, there's a criteria with that, and there's box ticking that takes place, which these guys, a lot of our clientele, aren't going to fit those boxes. So again, they end up back to square one. Mental health, physical health, and Ministry of Justice, again, they'll have mental health concerns, physical health concerns, and they may have probation, bail conditions. They don't have an address, so therefore they'll be released. Then they've got to go back into the community, but again, they've sort of been set up to fail, so we'll try and do what we can to work them through that process and information gathering. So if they've come from the North Island, it's hard for us to access any of that information from up there. So we've just got to work really hard to communicate with.
We are beyond 5 minutes at this point.
So that's pretty much it anyway. So.
All right. Well, look, thank you very much indeed for coming along and presenting that to us this morning. I mean, clearly some big issues there that certainly would bear more than just a 5-minute presentation.
Yeah.
But thank you very much indeed for presenting that to us this morning, and thank you for the work that you're doing as well. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Item 3.2, deputations by appointment, there are none. Item 4, presentation of petitions, there are none. Item 27, a resolution to include the supplementary reports in the meeting. So this is the resolution to include item 29, which I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Mike Davidson. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. That now brings us to the Community Board monthly reports, and it will be my intention, as usual, to give each Community Board 10 minutes to present, and that time would also be intended to include time for questions, if indeed time permits. So I would invite, first of all, Ali Jones, Chair of the Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board. Welcome to the meeting, Ali. Thank you very much indeed for being here.
Fabulous, thank you. No Part A's in our report this month. Again, a lot of activities going on in our ward, and a lot of those are the result of very strong community groups, community relationships between our ward staff and those groups in the ward. This photograph that you're looking at here, or this image here, is Matariki in the Zone, which there was a lot of different activity. This was held in the Richmond part of our ward, very successful with a large number of people attending. I'm just trying to pad for time while I get the mouse working. Okay. Significant council projects. The CNC continues to be by far the largest project in our ward. In fact, quite likely one of the largest across the city. We are currently reviewing the submissions. We've had an update, a joint Community Board update with Linwood Central Heathcote on the submissions for that, so that is progressing at this stage. The Paddington Playground renewal. This is a very positive project in our ward. This is an area that needs some activation and some attention and maintenance, and this is what we're doing at the moment as far as one of the projects in the ward goes. I know that this has been in the media as well. This will be very positive for members in our ward. The New Zealand Postal Services will be are to be included in the Papanui Service Centre up on Langdons Road. This is after the services were taken away or disappeared from the local Kiwi Bank on Main North Road. This is a really good example of improvement of amenity in our ward. This is in Sisson Park. Footpaths and roads are still a major issue in our ward, as they are across other parts of the city. This is a good example of how the work can improve that amenity and also health and safety, to be honest. This continues to be a very positive project in our ward. This is the Papanui Bush Bridgestone Reserve. We had an additional working bee for Arbor Day on the 5th of June. It continues to be again, a very good community project, with the local high school, Papanui High, being involved in that, as well as Rotary producing. You'll see those stands, signs on the top right there. They are really beautiful, and they explain the plants, and there's detail about them as well, and that was produced by Rotary for that. And this is just a final image of Matariki in the Zone in Avebury House. And again, this is supported by the community boards. So, we are continuing to work really closely with the community in our wards, and we are seeing positive outcomes from that. I also want to acknowledge the work of our ward staff. There are increasing work pressures, as well as them being out of their office at the moment temporarily while we undergo those postal services going in. We have been meeting in the local Papanui RSA. The heating is far better there, I'd just like to say. But that's come about by staff realising that actually we didn't want to take our meetings too far from where we normally meet, because that's where people are used to coming, and that's sort of where we work from. So all credit to them for the work they're doing as well. That's all.
Excellent, thank you very much. Well, that does leave some time for questions. Pauline.
Question. I just wanted to add, and Ellie, you might be able to help me here, but the Paddington Playground is interesting because you saw the plan up there, but our board noted that we actually wanted to get some more diverse equipment, and we identified, for children who are challenged in certain areas, sometimes auditory or sensory challenging. So we've looked at next year looking to fund some sort of an audio drum thing. I don't know what it is, but we're just sort of moving outside of the traditional, just that kind of play equipment, to look at actually providing things that will be of benefit to other children who are not. Perhaps.
And we're very fortunate to have Jo Byrne on our community board as well, because this is the work that Jo does, and she is very experienced in this, and she certainly, you know, I was going to say bangs this drum as much as she can, which is great.
But I think it's just good to highlight that for other community boards to perhaps think about when they're designing playgrounds.
Yeah.
And we're always looking at provision for older people's gym equipment to go, and they're very expensive, but you see them around the places and they are well used. So, yeah, think outside the square.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ali? All right, thank you very much indeed.
It already now, aren't you?
Indeed. So we've got a resolution to receive the report, which Mike will move and Pauline will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we would welcome to the table representatives of the Waihoro Spraden Cashmere Community Board report. Community Board with their report to Council. So Carolyn Potter, Chair of the Board. And is Melanie with you this morning?
No, she's not. Having 3 jobs and a baby has suddenly caught up with her.
All right. Well, Carolyn, good to see you. Looking forward to hearing your report to Council. Thank you.
Can I just mention, apropos the public forum, where they were talking about housing, we have a range of vehicles on Hunter Terrace, which is a cul-de-sac adjacent to the boardrooms that the community board uses, and of course the Beckenham Library, the beloved Beckenham Library. And these people, they are in their cars and they are homeless. And again, it's yet again another example of how our libraries provide succour to those most in need, because the library gives them Wi-Fi and it gives them access to loos in the daytime, and actually treats them like an actual human being. And we get complaints about the homeless in those cars, but they are 100 metres away from any housing, and the least we could do. And Barrington Playground, the staff initiated disability access for all the features in Barrington Playground, and I hope they accessed that staff that did the Barrington Playground, because they were imaginative and great people. So the City Council staff will be able to tell you who did it for us, because there's things in that playground that you don't even notice the first time you see it, and they are about the hearing or the people, the blind, you know, and they're great. And it's been a very successful playground for teenagers as well, because they love the big round swing for disabled children. I was looking through the grant. We've got no Part A. I was looking through the grant, though we should have had. I was looking through the grants today, and I was just looking at the range of grants that any community board offers to its community. And I was looking at things like, for instance, $8,800 to the Nio Marsh House. And the Nio Marsh House has to scratch for money in order to be able to sustain the building in memory not only of Nio Marsh and her era, but the 20th century, as it was explained to me. And $8,000 to chop down looming trees that were threatening not only them but their neighbours is the kind of thing that you don't want to have to spend money on. You want to spend money on enhancing the house. And so to give that grant means that that's an obligation to the community, that that building does not have to scratch around all its other funders for money for. It's like buying underwear. You have to wear them, but it doesn't do anything for you. And it's the same with chopping down trees. It doesn't do anything for you, but it had to be done. So that's a grant that I was really pleased that we could make. And also we sent a young man to Football Fusion in England. I have no idea what that means, but we were delighted to do it. And a grant for someone doing fencing, fencing championships and climbing in New Caledonia. Significant things. We've got a project in Addington which is about urban narratives. I've been to several of the meetings with Library and Heritage about this proposal for Addington as one of our oldest suburbs, or the oldest suburb possibly, and in order to preserve its heritage. And I didn't understand much of what was being said. It was terribly intellectual, but it will come out with results for the Addington people that I think will be beneficial. The Barrington Mall entry is still in hiatus, much to the absolute despair of the local community, who are desperate to get the right-hand turn out of Barrington Mall into Barrington abolished, and has had the support of staff. We are awaiting a consent process. Staff are trying to do some minimal things that they can do on council land, but it is one that is causing a great deal of angst with the people in the Spraden and Barrington communities. 54 Colombo Street. This is one of those issues that existed before I came on the board 12 years ago. It's next door to the Beckenham Service Centre and the South Library. It's land that we thought, and a building and a structure that we thought could have become available to us post-earthquake for even shelter for people displaced by the earthquake. It has been land that has been looked about by several members of the community for several different reasons, that they could have used this land in this space next to the river, next to the library, to benefit the community. It has never become available, notwithstanding our several times approaches on the issue. It currently is being used by the machinery, etc., that's doing Colombo Street. You can't argue with that, but we'd like to think it will be available for the community to express interest in subsequent to this project. There is no funding for doing the fencing that the council considers to be imperative, but we'd like to think that in this next 6 months, this area of land will be made available for the community to register interest in the many projects that have been suggested to us over the years. The Christchurch Squash and Racquet Club has built a gigantic building at the Cashmere Club just up the road from us in the Beckenham Service Centre, South Library, and it's for squash all over Christchurch. And I think squash is due for a comeback. I think New Zealand's going to rise in the rankings, perhaps not to the height of the cricketers, but you never know. So we are looking forward to the champions that will come from our area because of this building that's come into our Rohi. The men's shed St Martin's, I was wrong on this. They had a public meeting for expressions of interest on a men's shed in St Martin's. I said it wouldn't flow, it wouldn't take flight. People of my generation were now interested in biking and doing all those kinds of athletic things. Turns out they're not, and they're very keen on the men's shed, and I was completely wrong. And as you can see, the meeting was highly successful. And we've got a Cashmere, as we've discussed before, age-friendly action plan, and the Youth and Development Scheme has given out some grants. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Now, that does leave a very short time for some questions. Are there any questions for Carolyn this morning? Anne.
I was interested, Carolyn, in what you were saying about the people sleeping in cars outside the library, and given the previous, the public presentation we had from the City Mission, highlighting some of the issues, can you see the library having any role in perhaps helping those people access the kind of information that they need? For example, identification, driver's licenses, that sort of thing. Could you see the library being that sort of place?
It's just been whispered in my ear. I hadn't asked the librarians that because I do think librarians are a bit like schools. They're asked to do everything.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah, so the service centre staff there are really good with these people. They come in quite often. Some of them have got dogs, so they've helped them with dog registration, and we've tried linking them up with the housing trust and people like that. But the service centre staff there are pretty incredible and really good with these people. They just feel like at this time that's where they want to be. So we're trying to help them.
Because I think as the group of people who were here were pointing out, it's not just about housing, it's about them wanting to be housed, or I had a phone call from a bloke the other day who had acquired a bull mastiff, and he knew that would be preventative of him getting a house, but he knew. And so there were some things about people needing housing and wanting to have a house that is very sophisticated stuff that I know that particular unit, which my niece is involved in, has to. It's far more complicated than we just looking at
Yeah.
it can even perceive.
Yeah, we have in the Central Library, I don't know if you know, but we have a person who has the role of engaging with those folk coming in.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could see a specific role being useful in our suburban libraries.
I can't make a comment on that. I do think librarians are asked to do all the things that school teachers are asked to do, and sometimes I think there's a limit. And but I just can't comment on that. I really think that that's one for the librarians to respond to. Okay. I would hate to impose work on librarians which they weren't trained for.
Thank you. I'm keen to allow time for just one more question from Glenn.
Thank you, Andrew. Thanks, Carolyn. The dog's a company for a lot of people. So
I know that.
Yeah. So my understanding is the mission has some kennels. Are you aware of any landlords in the community who are taking a similar approach?
When I shifted to Spraydon from my 1 year in Sumner, I advertised boring middle-aged, that's what I was then, boring middle-aged woman with 2 dogs, and I got a response to that. But I think that I might appear to be slightly more respectable and eligible for housing. In fact, there are ways that you could introduce a dog to a landlord, but it puts in the head an impediment, as we know.
All right, thank you very much. So we've got a resolution in front of us to receive the report, which Phil Clearwater will move, Tim Scandrett will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So now moving to item 7, Te Pataka o Rakai Hotu, the Banks Peninsula Community Board, and welcome to the table Chair of the Board Pam Richardson, Deputy Chair Tyrone Fields, and you have 10 minutes to present to us on Banks Peninsula's report.
Well, this sounds like This Is Your Life or something like that we're rolling into. But I would just like to welcome Penelope Goldstone, our Governance Advisor, to the table today with us, and just note that we have actually got a number of new staff that are coming on board over the next few weeks, and we look forward to working with them. So in our report this morning, I haven't talked about everything, and there are just a few things that we've picked up. And so could we have the first slide is about this little Coronation Library, which is in Little River, and it's been prone to flooding, been a lot of issues around it. It's been unusable since the earthquakes. It's a magnificent brick building. I can't just think who the architect was on it, but it is very special. There's not very many of those types of buildings left. So we have looked at it has been through an expression of interest process for the building and its future use. And delightfully, the community has, the Little River Wairere Community Trust has put their hand up and have said that, hey, look, they're very interested in it, and that is subject to the council facilitating or negotiating a community partnership agreement with between the council and that particular community group. Unfortunately, it is prone to flooding, and as part of the board's resolution, that we asked for staff investigate lifting the building above 1 metre above flood level, or the council staff asked for that. So we have asked for that to be looked at. Maybe it's very doubtful. Maybe it is something that we just have to put up with a flood, every 10 or 20 years, and do our very best to look after it. The cost of lifting it may be prohibitive, but it is a delightful building. It's in the Little River picnic ground area. If you're driving through Little River, it's a lovely spot. So the next one that we've pulled out is Akaroa Issues Working Party. Now this working party came as a result of a annual plan decision, and that we have got a working group that works to resolve a number of issues around Akaroa. It has been very successful. There have been some challenges around capacity to resolve those issues and some constraints, but overall it's been a very positive process. And we have particularly, the Akaroa Issues Working Party group have asked the Community Board for updated rubbish bins in the township before the summer season, and the board has requested that also. and that we're looking for the toilets in Akaroa are not fit for purpose. There's one block that is, the two others are not. We've got a replacement beside the service centre, but we're also asking for the one that's at the recreation ground in the long-term plan submission to be brought forward, if at all possible. So the cruise ships continue to come. For the next 12 months, there's around that 90-odd proposed ships numbers coming. The community is not terribly happy about it. It's happening. We have to work with it and make sure that it works reasonably well. And we have an Akaroa cruise group that's working group that's working through the issues. That's council staff and the other agencies working together to resolve the issues. The next one is about our speed limit review, of which we have a Part A this morning that looks at the Akaroa and Bays and Little River area. This includes the Littleton area, which its speed limit review actually it comes back to a small working group in the Littleton area. Did you want to say something about that at all?
Oh, look, thanks, Pam, and kia ora, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you there.
Quickly.
Look, it's safety is paramount, but what it's really highlighted is the fact that the roads on the peninsula are windy. They're very tricky. They need a lot of work, and it's something that's going to have to be looked at in the future. Speed limits go down, but passing is the real difficulty. So that's something that would really love to council and NZTA to look at in the future.
So the Akaroa and the Bays and Little River, there were very few submissions against the lowering of the speeds. I do know that there's some grizzles behind the scenes about having to slow down for people, and I won't be so quick to work sort of thing. But I think we've all got to understand Banks Peninsula has not got the appropriate roads for speeding on, and that needs to be some work around maintenance. It was an issue, a common theme that came through. So the next one, the last one, is about our community resilience. And this is quite appropriate in that the NIWA report came out this week highlighting the issues from a tsunami in the area. So the NIWA report came after we have been having all these discussions. But we have, across the peninsula, have a number of different working groups addressing civil defence and emergency management. And in Akaroa, we have been unable to continue with a civil defence trained team because of the criteria that's required for trained staff and the number of staff that are required to man a centre. If we open something in Akaroa, we'd need a trained staff of 30-odd, and that's just not realistic for Akaroa. So we've come to a community resilience group for Akaroa, and we'll be working with the City Council staff to resolve that together. And across the peninsula, the wider Little River community, it's focusing on its community response and resilience plan. Littleton Harbour have a trained civil defence team as well, with a strong focus on community-driven emergency response planning. And this is all of them are supported by staff. But we hope to have everybody ready to take action if we have to evacuate quickly or whatever that may be. We're all still the same people. Doesn't matter whether we're working for civil defence or community resilience, we'll get together and help our communities. So those are just a few issues that we've pulled out of our report today.
All right, Pam, Tyrone, thank you very much indeed for the report and for raising those issues. That does leave some time for questions. Are there any questions for the Banks Peninsula team? No Yanni.
Has the issues along the Akaroa Pier been resolved in terms of the previous issues that you've raised with us around the illegal structures? I think it was the unconsented structures.
Oh, right. Well, yes, it came back to a board member raised it again on Monday, and it is going back to another question has gone back to staff again. There have been some repairs or some changes, alterations to it, but there are still some issues around it. So it's just slowly chugging along. But there have been some good progress on the wharf itself. There's repairs been made to the wharf. The trail lines that went down the centre of the wharf have been filled in, make it safer for people using it. But it's an old wharf. Things can't be changed quickly, and we're working towards a new wharf and have had some engagement meetings on consultation already on that. So, Yanni, no, it hasn't totally been resolved, but I think it's being resolved as best it possibly can.
A very small increase on the cruise ship fees, so some additional funding hopefully coming for the maintenance.
Yes.
I mean, it's such a centre of the community, Yanni, that, I mean, you can't underestimate how much interest there is in the wharf and just how many little issues sort of surround it. So, you know, it really does need some focus.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so I'm happy to move that we receive this report. Dion Swiggs will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Got it.
So now moving to item 8, the Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board report to Council, and Kim Money, Chair of the Board. Welcome to the table. Thank you.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, councillors, staff and community. It's nice to have Joe Wells, our governance manager, with me this morning. Sitting up the back row. If you hear any babies and children, yes, it's all my fault because a couple of my grandchildren are sitting here this morning. Anyway, which is really lovely. So, community board decisions under delegation. We can see up there, there's a few things we did this month. Up there, I'll just highlight one of them, which is the board approves the staff's recommendation on the granting of a right-of-way easement over a utility reserve to enable the marshland nests preschool access to be moved slightly to alleviate safety concerns around the drop-off and pick-up of the children on the roadside. So that was one thing we did, and everything else up there was a pleasure to be able to do. We do have a Part A this morning, and it's on your agenda, and it's 266 Pages Road lease to the East Christchurch Housing Trust, which will be coming up later for you, and the board fully supports the staff's recommendation on that. Significant council projects. The Bexley Park development, this has been a long time coming, but it's so really great to see that it's underway now. On the bottom left you can see that there's going to be a couple of potholes done in the interim until the complete works can be done later in the year, in about September. So the users that are based in the park are absolutely looking forward to this work getting done. It's come through about the community needs and also improve the safety. There's been quite a lot of vandalism and things stolen and hoons in the park, so all this works that are going to go on should improve all of that. So we really appreciate that staff have been what they've been doing there. The South Brighton Holiday Park did a deputation to the board. The lessees came along and they've got some issues there with the flooding. So we had a site meeting through rain flooding, I should say. The issue is that one of the issues is that the outfall stormwater drain for the surrounding streets around the camping ground actually runs right through the park. So a few issues there that staff are looking into. Also the ocean outfall duck bill drain there you can see on the right has trouble opening when we do have rain and storms, so it's not working to its capacity or full capacity, but apparently it's the best option currently. But staff are always wanting to look to see how they can improve that, so we went down there to have a look and hear the concerns of the lessee, so that was good. Hopefully staff can work with them on some of those things. Next we had also a deputation or presentation to our board about the Bower Travis Road planned works. We had a concerned local business person who presented a petition to the board. They didn't want the medium strip to be removed. The board have had an update from staff, and at our request we're going to meet with the concerned resident, and we're also going to meet with the staff involved and just have a site meeting just to hear some more concerns about that. Next we have we've got this one there, we've got the Bottle Lake, okay, over the Bottle Lake. So Bottle Lake Forest Park, there's a few issues with a few people getting lost in there. So we just wanted to hear from our staff what was happening with the signs. Could we be doing anything a little bit better and improve it? They were wonderful. They came along and informed us what was going on. They also let us know that there is a walking track map available on the council website. So next time you go in there, you might want to sort of click into that to find out, and you use it for navigating the tracks in the forest, which is really helpful. So as well as that, that's been there, they're also going to improve some of the signs. They're going to add 3 more informational boards in there. They're also going to look at adding a few more markers within the forest and some signs within the forest as well. So we're looking forward to that, just to see whatever they can do. The staff have been around Bottle Lake checking it out as if they were there for the first time, so good on them. Next up we have, We're just slightly out of order. It's all right. So we've got the South Shore and South New Brighton region. Anyway, South Shore and South New Brighton regeneration strategy update. The board receives updates from the staff on a regular basis about the progress for the 22nd of August report that's coming to you. It would be fair to say that the community is still sceptical and wary of this process and the options that will be presented in August. The council's emphasis on the pre-earthquake issues is a bit concerning. But we're just all having to remember that well-being as it relates to the earthquake repairs must be kept in the forefront of our minds. What are we up to here? Oh yes, the Community Services Award. Absolutely fantastic evening. We presented as a board 14 awards to our community. Absolutely amazing night, thanks to our staff and all the hard work that they did. To be able to publicly acknowledge our community in this way, as you all know, is just wonderful, and to see who's out there working tirelessly behind the scenes, normally not getting any thanks or recognition for the most part, but at this evening we were able to recognise them publicly. And for example, a lot of you know Jim the Kite Man. He flies his kites at New Brighton and at North Beach, and he was one of the recipients on that night. So people like Jim who just make our city a wonderful place. So a lovely evening. And finally, Spencer Park Surf Life Saving Club came to the board. We had Richard Newbold. He's also a club member, but he's also was the volunteer building project manager. Massive project that they took on there in Spencer Park. It's been a fantastic facility. It opened earlier in 2018, and since then they have 30 new lifeguards and a 50% increase in membership. So that's absolutely wonderful. They also took the opportunity to present to the board a framed picture to thank us as a token of appreciation for what the board and the staff have done for them to help that facility come about. But that doesn't stop there, because the club and the community also wanted to pass on their thanks to the council for their support in everything they do. So on behalf of the Spencer Park Surf Life Saving Club and their community, I'm delighted to present you with this picture framed photo of their appreciation as they were unable to attend today.
So, Kim, that brings us to the end of the presentation.
That's great.
So that leaves a little while for questions, if there are any questions for Kim. Aaron.
I just wanted to raise one thing. If you go to the very start of your presentation, Kim, to the image of Brighton.
This one? No, this way. The opening one.
That one there. So that image there, Kim kindly sent through without the writing on top of it as a demonstration of Christchurch. It's been added to a package promoting film and filmmaking in Christchurch as a destination, and with the median house price of 345, the reason why you would want to move to Christchurch and open up your business when that's your backyard and your house price starts at 3. It's a good place. It's on QV. It's the actual price.
Which were you talking about?
New Brighton.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the city.
Oh, no. You would, well, normally if you move to another city, you look for a bargain. And that there, when that's the image, and the bargain starts with 3, why would you go to Auckland?
Thank you.
Good on you, Aaron. Thank you very much. I'll keep you on as our promotion person.
Kim, just before responding to something you said earlier about young people feeling a little bit burdened and heavy with some of the issues that we're dealing with. On the climate crisis and working group, we have actually got the youth council sitting with us to find ways for young people to get involved in the many things that are happening in the community to combat the climate challenges that we have. So I think it's about empowerment, and I think you can be reassured that that is actually happening, that we're finding ways for young people to get involved, so that they have a sense that they can actually do something rather than be quite defeated by it.
No, that's good. It's great that that is happening. I appreciate that. My point was about being very careful and wise about the messaging that we're giving our young people, that we're building the city on hope and not fear. So it's really important that as a council that we do that.
Thank you. No further questions? So we've got a resolution to receive the report, which David East will move, Glenn Livingstone will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.
Thank you very
Kim,
much.
thank you. So now we move to item 9, the Waimairo, Fendleton, Waimairi, Harewood Community Board, and Sam McDonald, Chair of the Board, to present the report to Council.
Cool.
Sam, good morning. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Thank you for the chance to present again. I've got Mary Ann with me from our governance team, which is always good. I think she's still revelling in the excitement of the cricket result last night, which is fantastic. Hey, look, I'll take the report as read. There's just a couple of things that are worth touching through if we can get... Oh, yeah, we've got the PowerPoint. The first is around the youth development. So it's just bringing to your attention the fact that we've been able to sort of distribute our YDF quite significantly across the community. And at the same time, we've had really good feedback from those who have been out to do it. They've come back into the board and presented, and it's been really nice to see their development, and they genuinely appreciated our support for it. Next up, I just wanted to touch on the Kapitoe dwelling and the cottage. So the repairs to these buildings are not far off being done. You may recall we came through with a decision sort of late last year around that, and we're getting an update from staff sort of in the near future, which will be quite useful as well. They're both heritage buildings, so it will be interesting to see sort of what we can do with that. And I guess, when we're talking about heritage buildings, obviously the artisan residence is something at Mona Vale as well, which has been quite useful. And we had a good update from staff about that the other day. They've gone away to do a bit more work to come back with a bit of a long-term proposal on how that will play out. Next up, and you'll recall I continually bring in the Jelly Park Sport and Rec Centre and the earthquake repair project. And again, it's just to highlight that that's essentially completed now. But it's been a really good process in terms of Nigel Cox and the team have really staggered the work to basically cause minimal disruption to people using it. So it's been a really good result, and we'd certainly encourage all of you, if you get the chance, to go and have a look through it if you haven't been already, because it looks really, really good. So Nigel and his team have done a wonderful job there. Another thing just worth touching on is the network of the Ilam Stream, and it's a really good example of the partnership between our council and community. So we've got a group of residents that sort of they live in the Waimairi ward, but they border Riccarton and Waimairi, and they've come together and said, how can we tidy up the stream and how can we help out? So they've been working with Mary Ann's team quite well, and we've got the Girl Guides coming in September, and they're going to do an element of cleaning up the stream, which is really good. One thing that's not on the PowerPoint but is in the report is around the Harewood-Breens intersection, and we're really pleased that we're finally getting to hear the community in a formal way on that. So we're having an extraordinary meeting on the 17th of August, which will be really good, and I understand ITI have been invited if they wish to attend as well, and then we'll obviously watch that go through ITI and then to Council eventually. So look, I think, and probably the most important thing to touch on, and hopefully you've all read it in the report, is around our community board plan highlights and achievements. And Mary Ann has very diligently put this together, and not that we're competitive, but we think it's probably a really good model to show across the city. It really surmises quite effectively, I think, what we've achieved over the last 3 years, and would certainly encourage you to read it and maybe take it back to your wards. So Andrew, yeah, that's sort of everything from us today.
It's great. Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions for Sam? All right, so is there a mover for this report? Aaron, seconded. Dion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Mary Ann.
Okay, moving quickly this morning. So next is item 10, the Waipuna Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board report to Council. And Mike Mora, Chair of the Community Board. Welcome to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew and councillors. Gives me and Marie great pleasure to present our area report, our community board report to you this morning. I'm just going to go through the report quickly I presume everybody's read it, but I just want to highlight a few things and then we'll go back to our little overheads, if that's okay. So under the Community Board decisions under delegation, I just wanted to point out the Waipuna Hallsville Hornby Riccarton Community Board had an extraordinary meeting on the 5th of June to approve the submission made under our delegated authority to the Fulton Hogan Royden Quarry application. So we're really on the ball with that. So just thought I'd let you know, seeing we're acting as the council in this matter. The Kyle Park reclassification went through our board on Tuesday. So the next step in that process is to actually the community board and the public to actually get together in a workshop to look at the scope of the building and what we want in it. So then that can progress to through the council system to get that underway. So that's where we're at with that. And the other thing, oh no, I'll talk to that later. I think that's about it really from the points I wanted to highlight out of that. And moving on then to our to our overheads. And our community board have approved a trial to extend the hours of the Hallsville swimming pool operating hours for the 2019-20 year summer season. So that's something that a community board have put up to $50,000 to extend those hours for a trial period. So we just hope that the public will actually appreciate that and take it up and make the benefit from it. So that's something that we're really being driven by the Hall excuse me, by the Hallsville ward members. South West Leisure Centre Tuesday board meeting. We did accept with pleasure the hearings panel's recommendation. So thank you to the panel for the work that was done on that and the consultation. So that's underway. The next item we want to talk about is community service awards. You've heard from other boards about their community service awards, and we had 6 plus 2. The 2 youth service awards were really extraordinary. We had a young person from Hornby that's showing great leadership, and we also had a young man from the Muslim community who has actually been working really good with young people in the Muslim community. And post the 15th incident, they went away to Arthur's Pass for a camp and a breakaway. So it's really good to know that these people are working very positively, not as a result, but following that horrific event. So the next one is St John of God water slide. So that's something that's really pleased to see that people with disabilities and handicaps can actually go out and do something exciting, and without too much involvement with health and safety, to let people have a great exciting time. And just like to mention the fact that HEB Construction, who have been involved in the Ngāpunawai development, actually helped out as well by depositing quite a large amount of earth there to construct the water slide. And it's just something that give the people from St John of God that are living with disabilities, for them and their families to actually have some real fun, something completely different. So hopefully that will continue. And moving on then to the Riccarton West Community Garden Pantry. We lost it. Got some really exciting news there on that one too. Here it comes. I didn't know there was music going with it, Marie. Okay. Sorry? No, I'd better not, because we don't want to waste too much time and get the gallery too excited. So we'll just move on. I'll just go back to that one and say the Riccarton West Community Garden celebrated the opening of its community pantry on site in Peveril Street. The council's sustainability fund provided funding for the power connection. A fridge was donated, and the pantry is open 3 days a week at this stage. The hours are in our other report, but it's something that's really, really exciting. And if you have a look at that image down the bottom of that 50 kg pumpkin, it's a pumpkin on steroids, I would say, but it's absolutely massive. But oh no, you can't genetically modify things. It's just a freak of nature, I would say, helped with a little bit of steroids. But it's the community project is, there's a real strong feeling in that community to actually get that community garden up and going, and it's just going from strength to strength to strength, and they're absolutely wonderful people involved in that. So, and that's not only in Riccarton, but around the city we're getting those community gardens and projects up and running. But I suppose there'll be a competition next year to see who can grow the biggest pumpkin in their gardens. And this this next one is very, 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 very exciting. This is our hyper helpful random facts from our board this time, and this is something that I've known about for quite a while, but it's something that a lot of people do not know anything about. I'll just have a wee sip of chlorine-free water. Now, pioneers of the coffee industry in Australasia, in Templeton. Trent's farm at Templeton in 1872 covered 200 acres growing and processing chicory. And for those who don't know, before ground coffee or instant coffee came on board, there was a huge demand for coffee and chicory essence. And my mum used to drink that all the time. Trent's coffee and chicory essence. So that was something that people didn't know about, and this was exported from Templeton to overseas. So that was, and in 1873 the farm destroyed by the building farm was destroyed by fire, and production ceased in World War II because of a shortage of labour. And it was brought out eventually by Foodstuffs, and that Trent's brand is still going today. There's a road in Templeton called Trent's Road, so when you drive down Trent's Road, just cast your mind back and have a look at these buildings, absolutely massive. And that tower that you can see, that was where the Mr. Trent would go up and use his telescope to scan the fields to see how his workers were operating. So that was the control tower for the chicory farm. So that's, I know it's a bit of hyper helpful random facts, but it's something that a lot of people didn't know about. Back in that day, we had an export business going from Templeton. So there we are.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Are there
and
any?
I am willing to answer any questions should anybody want to ask.
Are there any questions for Mike? Pauline.
I'm just looking at chicory. It's a member of the dandelion family. Would grow very well out there.
Yes.
Maybe we should start it up again because it's still being produced.
All right.
Well, that's something that I think we need to talk to some of the farmers around, the dairy farmers maybe around there, to switch from dairy to chicory maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, that's left us with time for just one more question from Dion.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the quarry down in Templeton-ish area. Are you getting to the point where you think you need to be, or is there any further support that you may need? I mean, I just know there's a lot of people in the community who are a bit unsure about what's going on, and it's all right. Are there any rules that need to be changed, or, you know, there's a lot under the water here, but I just wanted to know where you're at with it.
There is, and that's where we're pleading with central government, and central government are at this point in time reviewing the RMA.
Yes.
And what we've been pushing for is to have a national setback.
Yeah.
From quarries to
from residential
to even residential or industrial zones.
Okay.
With the knowledge that the crystalline silica that comes from our grey wacky rock here in Canterbury is very, very high in crystalline silica, and it's the fine dust that you can't see that's the killer.
Maybe it might be worthwhile just to have an update memo maybe from your board to us, just to know where you're at with it and what's
Absolutely.
going on. That'd be great.
More than happy to do
Thank
that.
you.
But we have our submission is prepared. All we're waiting for now is to deliver it, but I think it would be quite good to, it's actually online anyway, but it'd be good to get it out to the council itself. And I think it has gone out, hasn't it, Marie?
Yes, I think it was attached to a previous report.
Yep.
All right, maybe if the link could be sent out so that if people wanted to review that, it's fair to say it's something that we've all got some interest in.
Absolutely, no
absolutely.
problem at all.
All right, thank you very much. So we've got a resolution in front of us to receive the report. Do I have a mover? Jimmy Chen, seconded by Anne Galloway. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Mike, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So item 11, the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board report for June 2019. Chair of the Community Board, Sally Buck, welcome to the table. Good to have you with us this morning. And looking forward to hearing your report to Council.
Thank you. We've got no Part A's today for a change. And we made lots of decisions under delegation. The Wollaston Ave one was changes to the mobility parking down there near the boat sheds. And we did approval of lots of contributory funding from the board's Youth Development Fund for youth to date. So to date we've helped fund a whole lot of places where people are going to. World Snooker Championships in China, Australian International. How do you say that word?
No idea.
How do you say this word? I should have researched that before I started here. Oriachus.
I don't even know what it is.
What was it again? I looked it up at the time, and now I'm thinking, what is it exactly?
It's all right, I'm only having you on.
Someone like to Google it for a minute. No, it's not environmental.
Don't worry, I was only having you on.
Google.
Google.
A dance competition, Body Rock in San Diego, and week training in Los Angeles. Summer Air in Shanghai Youth Summer Music Camp. Little League Asia Pacific qualifier in Indonesia. Senior Korf, we got to the second one, yeah. Senior Korfball World Cup in South Africa. And under 15, under 17 netball in New Zealand competitions, and New Zealand National Youth Futsal Championships. It's like a football, isn't it? We're on to the next one. Discretionary response fund is some of the things we spent it on. With the Otatahi Sports Association, which is a huge, big association, and we helped them make a car park next to the Bower pub in Bower Ave. We've also earmarked some for one of our big projects, which is Greening the East. And we also gave some to the Richmond Community Garden Trust for the Matariki in the Zone event, which I think Papanui Innes may have talked about as well, because it borders on both our community boards. And an expansion of community development hours there. And yesterday, this is a very strong group out there now with the people running Avebury House and the Richmond Community Garden Trust. And if you're ever down there, it's just expanding like mad. Yesterday they held a launch event for Revolution, a project which will set up a coffee shop on site there in a container. So that was fun. And we also approved the future use of the Barbados Street Cemetery Sexton's House as a residential dwelling or for community use to be leased out once restored to residential tenancy standards. It actually has no money attached to this, so they'll probably be going to the long-term plan next time for money for that. We also approved the Lower Heathcote Dredging Stage 2 landscape plan and 7 tree removals down there. I mean, this is a huge project in stages which have come to, we're looking at each stage, and the landscape plan is a very welcome addition, considering we've been waiting for it for a long time, to come back to us with to improve the riverbanks around there. We also approved the formation of the board's Opawaho to Ihutai, which is the Lower Heathcote Catchment Project working party. So we want to have a working party on that, and so we end up with a really good plan for the whole Lower Heathcote there. Next one. And significant council projects in the board area. We will consider applications to the 2019-20 Strengthening Communities Fund on the 5th of August. And of the 62 applications received, the board has already approved multi-year funded grants to 3 organisations from 17-18 to 19-20. A board workshop is scheduled for 22nd of July to assist the board in its initial deliberations and ahead of the decision-making meeting. Significant community issues, events and projects in the board area. We had a public forum. We have public forums every time, and Mr. Dominic McEwen presented to the board his concerns on the Worcester Street cycleway route, and we've had staff look at that. Progress report. Oh, have we got one before that? Oh,
No, we don't.
Okay.
It shouldn't be there.
Yeah, and I think in your, the board approved the community plan for 2017 to 19 on the 16th of October 2017. There's a mistake, I think, in your copy of our report where it says that we approved the coastal Burwood plan. And I think it had been changed before it went to print. Our staff tried to change this, but I think it still went through on your copy. The board's ongoing decisions are being included as measures against the outcomes and priorities contained in the 17-19 Community Board Plan. And in early August, our staff will be reporting to the board on board plan achievements. And we held a meeting with the New Zealand Police Metro Superintendent to discuss the transitional plans for the return of business as usual post 15th of March attacks within our area, within the Muslim centre in our area. And we also discussed a lot of other issues that we have, police issues that we have in our area. It's ongoing, especially around Linwood Village and Linwood Mall, ongoing issues. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Great, Sally, thank you. Are there any questions for Sally? Glenn?
Thank you, Sally. Just with that discussion with police, did the matter of police cameras come up at all? Both for the inner city
I think we did raise.
Inner city east?
I think we raised the issue because we know for a fact that one of the highest priorities for a police camera is at Linwood Mall in our area. So we did, and Eastgate Mall is the name of it. And we also had discussion about how the community are unable to fund cameras now.
Next question over funding, whether that was discussed, and it was by the sounds of it.
We didn't discuss the funding of that camera. I think it'll just come up at our next, when we look in possibly. I don't think we're allowed to fund it now from what. We're not allowed to fund it, so it has to be police who fund it, I think. Is that right?
Probably not the technical staff who. We need to ask the right staff there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I've got Phil and then Sarah. Phil.
Thanks, Sally. You referred to the Lower Heathcote dredging happening, and I just wondered if you've got any suggestions or requests as to how, in fact, we get that more integrated into the whole biodiversity and as well as the land the drainage part of the river.
Well, as you know, it's one of our major projects. You know, it's the Lower Heathcote Catchment Plan, or Opawaho to Ihutai Plan, as we call it, and Greening the East are our two major projects. So I am constantly, you know, and the board will constantly bring this to staff. Look, where are we up to? How are we going to progress it? And having a working party is one way to progress this, because we want to end up with a plan like you've got for Mid Heathcote in that area. So that's our aim. So that, and you know, there's a lot of community groups involved along there, and they've got some very good ideas.
So the aim will be to tie a lot of that together. So in fact, it proceeds taking account of both the
most of those
growth
groups are involved in biodiversity and environment. So I mean, it has to happen that way anyway.
Thanks, Sally.
Thank you, Sarah.
Just to respond to Glenn's question, actually, the over a number of years, the police have had some concerns about communities being able to purchase. The community individual people have never been able to purchase cameras for the police to use, because there's been a concern that it would create inequitable outcomes where richer communities would pay for cameras for the police to monitor them when poorer communities couldn't do that. In the past, councils, community boards have been able to do some of that. And our board has put paid for a couple in different areas.
We paid for two, Sarah.
Two in the last couple of years, in areas that have had some issues. One of those being with in St Albans with the prostitutes and things, but that is no longer possible. And the police have a new network of sort of 40 odd cameras that are going up. Groups of cameras that are going up around the city that are movable and things, to keep it fair and equitable across the city. So that's, there's a report coming to our next board meeting on it. So we wish that we'd known that information much earlier in the process, but we didn't.
Thank you. That leaves us out of time for further questions, unfortunately. But Sally, thank you very much indeed for the work that you're doing, and thank you for being here with us this morning. Much appreciated. Thank you. So we've got a recommendation to receive the report. Do I have a mover for that? Yanni, seconded Dion. And Yanni, you'd like to speak to this? Yep, sure.
Just very quickly, I just want to pick up on the point that was made around the Heathcote Opawaho River. There's a real need to get on top of a plan and an integrated catchment plan. The council at our annual plan did pass a resolution that the boards would be advised around the process for that integrated catchment plan. You also recall that we were told as councillors we've only got a short period of time, 18 months, to get it complete. So if we want community engagement and input, it's actually critical we start getting that underway ASAP. There is an issue that's come up with the dredging and the landscaping, which is to do with the impact on the weeds in the river that the Opawaho Heathcote River Network has identified through one of our ecologists. And there is some urgency because the dredging work has actually started, but we don't have any plan in place to address the weeds, which is quite critical. So just a heads up to my colleagues, this is really, really critical if we want the community to be involved. And we want to get a holistic plan in place before we spend the capital money that's been spent. That money's already been spent as we speak today, and we still don't have an integrated plan in place. So it's quite urgent.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's just quickly deal with the minutes next. So that's items 15, 16, 18 and 20. I'm happy to move all of those sets of minutes as a block. Sarah Templeton will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now let's move to item 12, the Banks Peninsula Speed Limit Review. We've got staff to the table. Are there any questions on this? All right, so I'm happy to move this. Tim Scandrett will second.
It's just a couple of changes that staff have asked for on broken.
Right, so just a couple of changes. So paragraphs K and L, and this is just correcting the namings of roads so that the resolution reflects what we actually want to happen on the ground. All right, great. Is there any debate on this? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And item 13, the lease of 266 Pages Road. Are there any questions on this item? Do I have a mover? David East. Seconder? Phil Clearwater. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, maybe we should break for morning tea next. We're 5 minutes early. Why don't we break now for morning tea? Let's take 15 minutes and come back at 11:10 when we'll move through the remainder of the open agenda. So, yeah, if you can be back here at 11:10, we'll adjourn until then. Thank you. And if we can please move to item 14, installation of public artwork, segments of Berlin Wall. You'll notice that we've got a set of words in front of us which talks about consents and approvals and maintenance and condition report, long-term maintenance engineering plans are provided. The one thing that's missing from this resolution, of course, is a location. So I imagine that's where this debate is going to centre. Maybe if I could just get some words of introduction from staff first of all, and maybe some commentary on where this got to at the committee and where it's at today.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, we took it to committee, and there was some good debate on the siting of the artwork. And also a request to go back and check with a couple of groups of people to look at their opinions. One was the Victoria Square Reference Group. Now, while we didn't convene the group to talk to, we certainly got some good feedback from a number of members through the media and otherwise. But I would be interested to hear from Councillor Templeton today on her views as well. She was a member of that group. We also were asked to contact Ngāi Tahu, so we have done that through Matapopuri, and their comments here are that though we've looked at a number of sites with them, they thought that the pieces didn't necessarily fit well, and they were speaking in particular to Raora, but however, commissioning new artwork in the future from local street artists might help them to connect to the sites and to anchor them down. And bearing in mind that the way these artwork are being cited, they can be moved around in the future as well. The other additional information that we were asked to provide, which we have done so, and thanks to Kerry, is went away and looked at additional sites and did quite a comprehensive site analysis on a number of factors, which has also been supplied to you, and just looked at a number of things as to why we think it might fit into an area, but Kerry might be able to expand on that a little bit more. Thank you.
Oh, tēnā koutou, so I'm happy to answer questions as I can. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare the matrix, but did have a look at a range of sites, and we had explored these prior to making an initial recommendation around the area just near the Floral Clock in Town Hall. But we obviously went back and see some strong opportunity around Raura Park, bearing in mind that Matapopuri had developed a narrative, I guess alongside Otakaro Limited, in developing that East Frame area, and they would have an interest in us seeing the works in the future, having some connection to that narrative, as well as telling some of our stories through those artworks.
I think just and it does mention in the report about the timing of it, but the current artwork on there was not original. It was done in 2014. Yeah.
Commissioned as I think there were community projects, so various community organisations in Berlin invited to paint segments of the wall.
All right, so no further commentary from staff.
No, happy to answer questions.
I would normally ask for the chair of the relevant committee to make some comments to introduce the item. Phil, do you have any commentary on this? I mean, as we've heard, there's more information which is being provided now than was available to the committee because of the work that you asked to be done. As chair of the committee, did you have any comment that you wanted to make at this time?
Thank you, Andrew. I do. I think one of the things about the decision today, it needs to be clear, this doesn't have to be a permanent installation forever. In fact, it can be temporary for as long as council would like to be there. And I think what Kerry referred to, that other artworks coming in to the Raora area could certainly enhance the Berlin Wall part. So I think too it's important that today we actually do make a decision. The wall has been moving around forever and a long time, and it's not necessarily an easy decision, but I think the matrix gives us a good pointer to Raura Park, Raura and the Litchfield area, and it'll be, I think, understand at the Cashel Street end of that green space. stands up the best among what the staff have selected.
All right, thank you very much for that. So now let's move to some questions. Tim.
Thank you. Look, just a couple of quick ones. In the original report, although it was said verbally that it could be moved around, the report made it very clear the permanent installation in that area. So if we could make that clear that it is able to be moved, because anywhere that it goes, and obviously I made it very clear in the original committee meeting that I was totally opposed to Victoria Square or the surrounds. So that's the first question. If we can somehow word that in this report that it is able to be moved. Because
you could recommend that we take the word permanent out of them.
Yep. If that's okay with the chair, that's.
Well, nobody's moved this as yet.
Okay. I'll just go into the second question, and it's probably the most important one. Is where is it? Can you just confirm where we're proposing to take it now?
So the Cashel Street end of that section of Aroora Park between Litchfield and Cashel Street, it's slightly mounded. What we've done in looking at that end in preference to the other is not preventing any community events on the green spaces there. It still leaves that space quite open, and it's also not disrupting or in the view of the residential properties that are being constructed along that part of Raora.
And we're going to put the actual site where we're siting it on this.
I don't know, it's in the attachment.
So for the purpose of clarification, just for the purpose of clarification in the context of the report that's in front of us, are we hearing that with the new information which has been presented, there's a new staff recommendation, which is Raora Litchfield 2 potential sites, so the second column in Appendix B, correct, the southernmost of those two sites shown in the picture.
Southern or northernmost?
It's
the Cashel Street
end. The
end.
Cashel Street end.
So that's the northernmost of the two sites shown in the picture?
Correct.
Correct. Yep. Okay. So when somebody's ready to move something, we'll need to make sure that what they move is specific enough that it's capable of being understood and implemented. So further questions? Aaron.
Yeah, so in the decision matrix we've got with the 5 locations, Litchfield at Raora, Cashel at Raora doesn't seem to be on there.
Oh, it's the topmost orange box. We just clustered the sites because the discussion would be essentially the same around both of them, but just noting that there's the potentials.
It's under number 2,
the top orange box and
it's the Cashel to Litchfield block.
Yeah.
So it's the second one, the Raora Litchfield one that we've got.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
So second column, northern site. Any further questions? Aaron.
So how far apart from each other they're going to be?
The original proposal in the Victoria Square area was fairly close, east-west orientation. I think the early conversations talked about the potential for people to be able to slide between the two pieces. I'm not sure if that will remain the case in this site, but fairly close.
So just confirming the east-west, so because the thing runs north-south,
yeah,
that it's facing sideways. So one side of the wall's east, one side's west.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Any further questions? No further questions. Okay, does somebody want to move something? Dion.
Yeah, I'll just move the move this and move that we put it in the rural Litchfield Cashel side.
Yep, so what we've got is agree to the installation. We've removed the word permanent of the 2 Berlin Wall sections at Raora, Cashel to Litchfield Street. So that's the description of what we just described, column 2, northern site, subject to the following, and that's the same wording that was there before.
Cashel to Litchfield Street, northern location.
Yeah, maybe brackets, northern location.
Yes.
Close bracket.
Yep.
Yep. Just so that it's absolutely clear what we mean.
Yep.
And what we know is from the answer to the question, which has been asked twice in 2 different ways, that it's the second column in Appendix B, the northern site shown in that picture.
Yep.
So we're making that very, very clear. All right. So Dion's moving this. Do I have a seconder? Vicky will second. Is there any debate on this? Yanni.
Thank you. Although I appreciate the sentiment behind getting something that is fairly historic and has a huge part of history, global history, I cannot support the Berlin Wall going into the East Frame. For those of us who were around, particularly when the emergency powers were being granted from central government and at the expense of local democracy, those of us will recall that there were many comments made regarding the most extraordinary powers outside of wartime, and if not greater than in wartime, that central government was granting itself with very little input. In fact, one comment in the Parliamentary Select Committee was a local MP asking, so the elected officials of the Christchurch City Council have had zero input into the draft. The answer was correct. And the chair said, okay, thank you. I think the point has been well established. We don't need to continue it. It just shows you that, actually the history of the city, in terms of the central city dictatorship post-earthquake, of what happened to us, particularly with things like the blueprint and the central city plan, mean to me that the context of putting the Berlin Wall here is just not something that I can support. I just find the idea that the government would gentrify the eastern frame, and if you look at the lack of investment into the inner city east, going towards Fitzgerald and into Linwood Village, and you contrast that to the money being spent on the eastern frame going back into town, it's just completely the wrong message that putting the Berlin Wall there sends to a community. So I won't be supporting this location. I appreciate the work that's gone in. I think the context is just not appropriate for our city, particularly with what we've been through.
Aaron.
While I respect Yanni's opinion, I don't completely agree. My preference was Cathedral Square. I think there's a great synergy with the library, the centre of learning. But the coming down of the Berlin Wall, in a way, was a compromise. It was a changing of the world, and it was quite an amazing time, actually. And I absolutely thank Vicky for her work that she's done in securing this and bringing it to the city. I think it has huge relevance to part of the history. A lot of New Zealanders died during World War II and what came afterwards and stuff. So it was that we do have a big connection to this. It's in the same parallel of city blocks that is the Fireman's Memorial is just further up the road, which comes from 9/11. So I think I'm willing to compromise on this and not have it in Cathedral Square and support what's been moved, because I think there is a strong message there. The young people growing up in our city should know what the Berlin Wall is and was. It was certainly a big thing when I was a kid. I always wanted to go there. Don't need to now. I can save my carbon footprint and just go to Raora and see it. So, thanks, Vicky.
Phil.
Thank you. I have to say I disagree with Councillor Johansson's comments. The emphasis on the whole pieces of wall is it's part of what was taken down. The wall was taken down and people struggled for a long time. It was people power which actually overcame that whole authoritarian regime. And I think it can certainly signify a lot of things to a lot of people. But what's important is that this year it's the 30th anniversary since the wall came down. And it's important that, in fact, it has a place in our city. And I think it is good that we have it, and that other artwork in this area could enhance that. Equally, it may, as I said at the beginning, this doesn't have to be a permanent location forever. But, in fact, I think it's really important for us to mark what did happen in Germany, how Berlin was divided, and how such huge suffering was caused for families, just like we had in our city during the earthquakes. So there's a lot of parallels there, and I think it's really important to mark it. And this actually is a time when it's a symbol of democracy and freedom, not authoritarianism.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you. Although I landed on an option at the committee level, personally it's taken a bit of processing over this, and I've consistently asked the contextual question why, and I can't make the ends meet. So I'm just signalling I'm going to be voting against this because location to me is not relevant in this debate. I've been to the Berlin Wall, as several of you have yourselves, but I cannot, and that's part of the reason for voting against this, but I also cannot find a contextual fit for Christchurch. You'll see that in the matrix, evaluation matrix itself, where for every potential location it says no direct relationship. So you may be inclined to say there's some kind of architectural relationship vis-a-vis being perhaps brutalist, but in terms of the symbolic, the meaning, that connection, for me it's too thin. I can't get it to connect up. Ironically, there is a phrase in German, Sitz im Leben, and it actually means setting in life. It's the context, the contextual question which you need in order to make a proper contextual interpretation. I do see that, as actually Aaron has mentioned, with the Firefighters Memorial, but I can't see it here. So I just can't support this in any form.
Any further debate on this? Sarah?
Thank you. It's I've got to say a little bit disappointing that we have got to this point without actually hearing from the Victoria Square Reference Group, who the committee made a resolution to ask, and it's the first time that as chair of that group I've had a chance to speak on this. The original placement of Victoria Square was inappropriate. And it's fair to say that there was significant public debate and frustration about the original Sarah plan for Victoria Square. And when I was Hagley Ferrymead board chair, the community fought to have consultation on it, and I was asked to chair the community reference group as Sarah went through the process. I did that on the condition that everything we did would be public instead of behind closed doors. We held Sarah to the results of the feedback, which was not an easy task, and I think that everyone's pretty happy with the result. However, what was crystal clear was that any changes to Victoria Square without consulting the public would be very poorly received by the public. And I can't believe that we went through a process that led us to that point at a committee meeting. Grant Edge, one of the original landscape designers for the 1987 design and member of the reference panel, is also clear and has been in the media, but I don't think actually asked in person, that the original proposed Victoria Square site was completely inappropriate. And the feedback from a prominent local architect also calls the comments about the link to the brutalist buildings entirely inappropriate. I think a lot more background work had to be done on this before it had gone to the committee. It's also a very long bow to draw an analogy between government powers post-quake and the division of an entire country. The message from these pieces of wall is one of transformation, one of a return to democracy, and one of learning from history. And if Councillor Livingston doesn't get the context of that, then I'm really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy and then David. Jimmy.
Yeah, I support this one because I just want to remind all our fellow councillors after the kind of mosque attack event, before that, our city, we kind of, even there's the tangible, intangible war, even the person to person, group to group, community, etc. But after this event, this city, show us, full of love, full of care, full of the solidarity, and also full of the political support. And also, I would like to remind our fellow council, at a council meeting on 28th of March, we particularly emphasize this city community is a kind of city of the peace, and also this city is a city of inclusion. But these two pieces of the world, there's a gift, from the Germany, those business construction firm. They actually is broken this wall. This very, very significant. And so if we emphasize, we confirm, this city is a city of peace and a city of inclusion. But if we still concern, some of the issues, I don't think so. We have kind of broaden our mind, to receive this gift. This is very crucial for us. So I just want to, remind our fellow councillors, so I support this one.
Thank you. Tim.
Yeah, thank you. There are actually two things here. One is the placement of the wall and one is the wall. First, with regards to the placement of the wall, if you can remember back when Otakaro first came to us with their wonderful plan for Victoria Square, it was hideous. And I would go far as to say bloody hideous. And that is where the Victoria Reference Group, the Victoria Square Reference Group, was formed in absolute protest in reaction to that plan. And so it was a bit of a shame that they hadn't been contacted prior to it, because I just think the placement of these two pieces in Victoria Square is the last place for me that they should be. But then going to the pieces of the wall. No, thank you.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, thanks for the interruption there, Phil. However, moving forward, the pieces are actually important. It was a 155-kilometre wall, so there's plenty of pieces for it. There were 300 watchtowers, but it was about oppression, separation and violence. And they now stand for liberty. That is the key message, that these pieces of the wall are all over the world. They're at universities, they're in even metro railway stations, they're at art galleries. Microsoft even has a piece at their home offices. So it's about the placement of these important pieces for what they stand for. And I think that we've actually got to the right place. It's taken a while, and I would love to see them up there, keeping in mind that they can be repainted. And I'd love to see our young people every few years to each schools or whatever they are, university students, whoever, have a crack at repainting what's relevant to them at the time, because they are our future. We do have to look backwards, but they stand for liberty. It's about the placement. I think we've got the right place, and it'll be good to see them keeping alive with input from our young people. Cheers.
David.
Thanks. When this project was first mooted, I really did struggle and think, why do we actually need a piece of the Berlin Wall in Christchurch? And I've really struggled with it for quite some time. I don't always agree with Glenn, but today I am going to. And I do just find, looking at the matrix, all of them make the comment here, no direct relationship to the area that they're going to be installed in. So whilst I'm a supporter of artwork in the city, I did really struggle with this particular art and its relevance to Christchurch, so I won't support the remit.
Anyone else? Vicky. I'll speak before you do, Dion. So Vicky, me, Dion. Okay.
Right. Just so you guys are aware, these were offered to Te Papa originally. Te Papa doesn't have a lot of outdoor space in the same way that Christchurch does. And so they were gifted to Christchurch. The freight from Germany was also gifted to Christchurch, in this case from South Base, the first one from German businesses. So these have been gifted, the freight has been gifted, they've been sitting in storage since 2017 out at Linwood. So nobody has been allowed to experience them or see them. I'm quite sure that the Berlin Wall will evoke different reactions in different people. I think it will mean different things to different people. Some people will like it, some won't. If we judged every installation, or because I don't regard this as an artwork at all, the art that's been put on there has been put on there very recently, and I also like the idea, particularly on one of them, of allowing young people or whoever to be able to repaint a chunk of the Berlin Wall. I think it involves that sense of inclusion. But the Berlin Wall didn't go up during the Second World War or anything like it. It didn't go up until 1961. And I agree with those people who say that the chunks of the Berlin Wall symbolise the taking down of barriers. I actually went through the Berlin Wall when it was there. It was terrifying. The other side of the Berlin Wall was an experience I'll never forget, especially as a young person going into East Germany with their huge guns, and all my magazines were confiscated because they were shameless things like Time magazine and things, and just the way and the contrast of lifestyles that was created by that wall. And then I remember the celebrations in 1989 that stretched worldwide when that wall came down, because people were climbing over it. People had been shot trying to get through that wall. That was a major symbol for people who grew up in that area of not being able to do the things that they knew to be right. And so taking down that wall in 1989, I remember it clearly, was absolutely powerful. The fact that people had achieved the destruction of a barrier that stopped them doing what they wanted to do was so powerful. I think it's amazing that we've been gifted some of these, and I don't like the idea that they were going anywhere near Victoria Square, but I do like where they're going in Raura Park. I walked down there with Kiri, and I think the location that they're going in, which has a major artwork behind it, it's the one that looks like that, is actually stunning. The bit closer, yes, that looks like that. I'll show you a picture if you like. The one that's closer to Litchfield Street has new houses built there, who may or may not love the Berlin Wall. I think the point of some installations is that they do provoke conversations. They do provoke different points of view, and people do bump into each other and have those conversations. I can see people taking selfies and all sorts of things down there and discussing it, and I think that's absolutely great. So here are some things that we've been given. Their current location by default is in storage. Now, our choice is to leave them in storage or to actually put them on public display so people can make up their own mind as to whether they like them or not. Some people will, some people won't. That's totally fine. That's true of every art installation. And I don't regard these as art at all. So I think this is an amazing opportunity. We've found a location that works, and I'd just love to get them out of there and in time for the 30th anniversary of the wall coming down. I think it'd be great for Christchurch.
Thank you. As someone that spent time in Germany both before and after the fall of the Berlin Wall, as someone who spent time in West Berlin when West Berlin was half of Berlin which had been split by the wall from East Berlin along political lines due to the way that Berlin was carved up at the end of the war, when West Berlin was an island in the middle of what was then East Germany, which was a separate country than West Germany. The Iron Curtain, as it was then called, which I saw on the border between Germany and Czechoslovakia after the when that was still very much there. The Berlin Wall, when it was put up, and it was put up overnight with no notice, top-down, authoritarian, split families, split communities, split a city with a huge amount of history and culture absolutely clean in two. It saw huge division. It enforced political division, which by itself was top-down. Freedom of movement was restricted. Freedom of people to socialise with their friends and families was not only restricted but prohibited, and people's rights were taken away from them. The fall of the Berlin Wall was an absolute representation, and of course this is more modern history and it's something that people are more aware of, was an absolute manifestation of reconciliation, of freedom, of liberty, of equality, bringing people together, unity, democracy and inclusion. And thankfully, these are themes that Christchurch is very, very familiar with and themes that we should celebrate, and in fact themes that we're more familiar with in the last few months than perhaps we were prior to that. So whilst I initially had some difficulty with why we would want to put two pieces of the Berlin Wall in Christchurch, when you actually think about the symbolism, it makes a whole lot of sense why we would want to put two pieces of the Berlin Wall in Christchurch. I'm happier with the location that we've got proposed in front of us now than I was with some of the other locations that have been talked about, and I particularly note the comments that have been made about Victoria Square and the role of the reference group. So I'm much happier with this than some of the outcomes we could have seen. But in particular, I'm happy that this decision today will give the ability for these pieces of the Berlin Wall, which have been in the city for some time, which have been hidden from public view, to come into public view and provoke, through the historical context and the educational context, provoke some of the discussions around why we should have them in Christchurch, and hopefully around some of the themes that I just talked about in the last couple of minutes. So I'm very supportive of us agreeing to this and getting on with it. Dion.
Well, I was going to close the debate, but I think everything that I was going to say has been said, and I really don't want to. I actually would just repeat everything that Vicky said, and I wanted to say thank you to Vicky for the amazing work, or the amount of work that you've done and enthusiasm to get this thing here, and also to the staff who have been working behind the scenes on this as well. But I did want to say one thing. I mean, this decision that we're making today has divided a number of opinions, but don't let that be a negative. Actually, let that be a positive. We're allowed to have different opinions. We're allowed to have different ways of looking at things. And this is what I hope this will actually provoke in our city. We have been through so much in Christchurch over the last 5, 6, 7 years, 9 years, I should say. But as a country, we've also been through a heck of a lot. And when, as a young person, when I was in the military and the Navy, we did a lot of warfare studies, and given that most of my warfare studies were done around Syria, we did look at the context of the German situation around World War II, and also the Berlin Wall. In the context of the hope that when that wall came down, what it meant to peace, and what it meant to liberation, what it meant to standing up to oppression. And yes, I mean, I believe what Councillor Johansson said is relevant in terms of that this city has seen oppression, has seen a lot of powers. The earthquake has split us. Thank you for the email that you sent us. But actually, let's look forward and look at the hope that the city can have, and the provocation, or the thought that we can have around this thing. So I do look forward to this, and I do look forward to the conversations that we will see. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I look forward to seeing those conversations and embrace them, and don't let those become a negative. So I'm very happy to support the location here, and just to get on with it.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Yep, so those that are noes, so Yanni, Glenn and David. So that's carried. Thank you. So now moving to item 17, the updated risk management policy. Just get this in front of me. So this is a recommendation from the Audit and Risk Committee. Sean, did you have any comments you wanted to make on this, given that it's already been through the committee?
No further comments. I'm excited this document has got to where it's got to. I'm happy to provide an introduction or some commentary if required, or take questions. Okay,
I'm comfortable to move straight to questions unless anybody wanted any comment prior. Are there any questions on this? Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. 4.4.1, page 143. This assessment concluded the council was at a maturity of M3 on a 5 rating scale. That appears quite concerning. Have you got a view on that?
Thanks, Glenn. No, I don't. No, I'm not concerned about that rating. This is a fairly new maturity assessment model, and the rating of M3 actually talked a lot about the gains and the strengths that had happened over council since beginning work on this in 2015. No, I'm not concerned about M3. I think it reflects a really good assessment, and but provides us with some opportunities to further improve.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I take note of your words about continual improvement for the council.
Thank you, Yanni.
Thanks for the work that you've done on this. I was just wondering where terrorism fits into the risk framework, and just mindful that I've heard that a number of other agencies and schools are doing a review of their response, but we haven't seen anything from council around our response. Is there a kind of risk register where that work is happening that we should be aware of, or can anyone advise what sort of lessons learned, debriefing, risk management has been put in place as a result?
Yeah, look, so far as how it relates to this policy, Yanni, there is a risk category there around health, safety and wellbeing, and there are some other categories where a terrorism type event might branch into things like reputation and our operations as well as customer and citizens. So look, there is a link here into the policy, and it talks about how we have expectations through here to manage those risks. But if you're wanting specific content there in relation to how we're managing that specific risk or how a debriefing is occurring, that's not really something I can answer in relation to this policy.
But in terms of risk management, in terms of risk management protocols and process, when we have a significant event, there should be something in our policy that requires a sort of debrief, lessons learned, review to look at any gaps and to what best practice is. Is there something in here that does that, or is it kind of just reliant on something else?
Yeah. Look, it does, albeit indirectly. So when you're assessing a risk and the uncertainty, you're always thinking about the impact and the likelihood. And so when you're coming up with a likelihood rating in particular, you need to think about has there been a history of this risk occurring. So absolutely, it fits squarely into how you'd assess and analyse a risk. Look, I am aware that there are debriefing sessions going on through a number of teams around how that risk was handled and how we could better manage that going forward.
Thank you. Further questions? All right, so I'm happy to move this resolution. Do I have a seconder? James? Is there any debate on this? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now moving to item 19, Climate Change Programme consultation on draft targets. Are there any questions on this matter? Okay, no questions. Was there any comment from staff?
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, we're happy to make either comments or get questions straight away. If people...
Question here from Phil. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for preparing the submission and the work that's been done on this. I just wanted to clarify. Not sure which page it is. Page 2 of the draft submission. There's reference to planting more trees as a way of reducing the emissions. I'm just wondering if my understanding is that it's particularly native trees that actually will absorb the emissions, and if we should add native trees as against indigenous pine trees. Okay.
Yeah, there are differences between native trees and exotic trees. Obviously, our preference would be for natives. They are a little slower growing, but over the longer term, they do have benefits, and obviously for biodiversity benefits in New Zealand. We don't have any specific examples in this document. It's really around the types of targets, but we can definitely look at something around the specific types of trees in future.
It just seems to me that in developing our biodiversity policy and strategy too, that would link in with if we make the submission this way.
Sure.
Could I just help with that? There is a report on carbon forestry finally coming to the Innovation and Sustainability Committee in July, and you can get carbon credits from both natives and exotics. Most of our plantings are natives, and that's what we would be looking at.
Any further questions? Okay, now there's a suggestion that we should add a second paragraph that determines when the consultation feedback comes in. Obviously, people will want to be heard. We need to set up a mechanism for hearings.
You want to pass it as a resolution?
So it's not in the resolution.
Okay, it is in the report.
So it would be that the committee hear the...
Is that the committee hear the resolutions, and in fact the committee dates are already set for doing so.
Right, okay, so we're just formalising something that's already in the report and that's already in train then by the sounds of it.
Can I introduce it then?
So we've got consultation starting on next Wednesday, which will run through till the 14th of August.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And Vicky, yeah, given that this came from your committee, I should have asked you to introduce this, so if you'd like to do that.
So this is a reasonably important document, and I just want to thank all of the staff who've done the work on bringing this together, because it is seriously important. This is how the city gets to net carbon neutrality, and when we get there, and whether we include methane gases in that target of net carbon neutrality, which goes beyond what the government is proposing. So you'll be aware of the government's proposal because our submission is on it later in the agenda. We think that there may be interest in bringing the target forward from 2050 to an earlier date. So we're asking people what they think about that. But given that on our carbon emission profile, only 10% of our emissions come from methane, as opposed to about 50% in the government targets. We're thinking that a possibility will be to include methane in that net carbon neutrality. So it would be real net carbon neutrality. And people have the chance to tell us what they think about that. So they can tell us about the target, timeline, methane. We have a council resolution in relation to getting this target sorted before September of this year. And so this timeline, which allows for consultation for a series of days in which people can come and speak directly to the committee, which will act as the hearings panel, but get back to council before September, so that we get this done with the speed with which it deserves to be done, like fast. And then maybe having a halfway point in terms of reaching those targets. And then I think for the next council, what you will next need to do is to actually set yearly targets as well. So you have your overall target and the date, a halfway point, and then your annual targets that you need to meet, so that it's absolutely set out what needs to happen by way of reduction in climate emission, carbon emissions, and how we do our part in mitigating climate change. So I think there will be a lot of interest in this. Certainly we found in the other climate change consultation that there was a lot of interest in taking action quickly, but we won't prejudge that decision. We'll just wait and see what people say, and then come back to council in September with the recommendations, having heard all the submissions.
Thank you. So, Vicky, I'm guessing you're happy to move this? And do I have a seconder? Sarah. Thank you. Nobody's got further questions? Pauline, you've got a question.
Thank you. Just on the methane emissions, so our landfills in Christchurch, we capture those, don't we?
Most of them, I believe, there's some historic landfills that we need to investigate a little more.
Are there?
But we are looking into those, I believe. That's my understanding, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We can definitely get back to you on that.
That would be very good, actually.
Sure.
Thank
Okay.
you. So we can add that to our... Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anne.
Question, I may have missed this in here, but given the huge motivation in our young people to address these issues, and the fact that the decisions we make now will impact them mostly, are there any specific things that you're going to do to engage young people in this?
There are a couple of things that we are looking to do.
Yep.
We have, we'll obviously be using our networks that we have with the youth community, and we've also got quite strong within the project team. There's some good connections into youth community there as well. And there's also another option for an amazing race kind of thing around the same time as this consultation was happening, and I'm just trying to line things up so people will have the opportunity to have their say on the day on this.
Thank you. Jimmy.
I would like to follow the end questions, because these cities diversified, city and community. But regarding consultation, I'm not sure, particularly regarding the population So this time, staff whether like to take a positive way, engage with those the kind of multi-ethnic or multicultural group, have public session, to let them know this very serious the kind of issue, big impact to our city. To set up the targets very crucial and important, So I'm not sure what's your plan, to
We
make
will
that
be doing
happen.
our usual comprehensive consultation engagement on this one. So we will be targeting youth, we'll be targeting multicultural communities,
Yes.
we'll be targeting business, we'll be going out to our residents associations. We'll be making it very people very aware in Christchurch that this consultation is
Okay.
happening over the next 4 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I do have concerns about the time frame, particularly because we've got the whole cost share refresh going on at the same time, and we know previously groups have said to us that they need minimum 6 weeks to actually receive the information, take it to a meeting, get it ratified. So I just wondered whether there'd been thought given to having a longer time frame, and also that there's only one question on here, and I just wondered if it was a little bit leading.
3 questions
Oh,
and any other comments. So we've
right,
got, should
I mean,
we
there's-
align or should we take a more ambitious approach? And there'll be section under there to write, sorry to interrupt, but there'll be a section under there to write comments. If you think we should take more ambitious approach, a
So I'm
double
just
barrel question there.
looking at 174, but am I missing, is there another?
I think that was the early draft report that went to committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you look on page 180, I believe, is the,
okay.
the slightly amended version.
So I'm just mindful of these things that sometimes people think that we've got a predetermined outcome, and so they get trapped into maybe wanting to indicate concern, but it gets either registered as support or gets translated different. So you've got some more questions, but have they been reviewed sort of from someone that does proper surveys just to ensure that?
Not like
Not like me.
No, I mean, well, just I don't know. Yeah, I just mean in terms of just because this will be controversial and it will be contentious, and I think the best thing for us is to ensure that we've got a robust set of questions that can give us good feedback. So, yeah.
And in response to your questions, Councillor Johansson, so there was quite a lot of discussion on these questions to make sure that we had made that we were giving people the option to have their say on the points, that we weren't leading them to any decision there, that we were open to feedback, that it isn't a tick box exercise. There's no do you support this, do you support that. It's going to be a free text one, so we'll be analysing comments rather than just sort of like a quantitative one. If you think it is important, I can get someone within the organisation who does our Kath Jamison to review again. But I have a reasonable confidence that the questions that we've got there will give us the outcome that you're looking for.
Right.
And also, people tend to write what they want to write, whatever the question is. People will. This is, like you're saying, not a contentious. Well, I guess a little bit of a contentious issue, and so people do strongly give their views, like through the survey and things like that. So it's
in response to your question,
I just think when you have something like, should we align with the proposed national net zero greenhouse gas emission targets by 2050? There's a separate approach to methane gas, or should we take a more ambitious approach? Some people actually might think that what the government's doing is quite ambitious, so it puts people in a kind of difficult situation. So maybe that just needs to be separated out, because it's quite hard when people have to make an or decision. But anyway, I'll just leave it with you. So the only other thing that I thought was interesting is there's no recognition of the work that, and unless I've missed it, was that we actually did a climate smart strategy, and there's no reference to that and the work that we've done previously, which seems to be a gap. And I just wondered why that's not mentioned, and sort of what the status of that is.
Could I just respond to your question on timing too? Look, I'm very sorry, but if we are going to make the last council meeting, we are going to, we can be out for 4 weeks, but we need to hit some timelines there, and we have worked it back, and the best we can do is 4 weeks consultation. So I hope to cover my bases there by making sure that people are very aware of this consultation. We've had several newsline stories already signalling that it's coming, another one today, and we'll be making sure that people are aware, so they've got, at least they're lined up to put in a submission. In terms of context and content, this is just the first step of a wider program of engagement which will be happening on the climate change strategy. So I see this as a first step. We can reference what's happened previously. This will be an electronic document. It won't be printed, though there will be provision to print it out at service centres and libraries. And it will be sitting on a page that will link to a whole lot of other documents and work that we're doing here in Council. So we have the wider context.
Strategy?
This is for the whole city.
We will
there'll be a
scope
link
it,
there,
yeah.
we'll
We'll make it clear this is part of a wider review
wider
of that
piece of
climate
work.
smart strategy. The emissions are sort of the first step in reviewing that document, and we'll make that clear.
It's
on
just
the
really not
page.
clear. Like, for those of us who were involved at the time and heard submissions and put things in place, it's like that's just been completely forgotten about.
We do say in the opening paragraphs that we're in the process of developing climate change strategy, and we can make
But we
sure
already
that
have
that's
one,
linked.
there's a point. We actually already have a climate smart strategy, is the point I'm making. That's not even mentioned here.
We can
We've
make
had
sure
one
that
for
that's
nearly 10
linked
years.
so that it will
Okay.
be there.
Thank you. Phil.
Thank you. I was just going to ask you in terms of how it might be achievable, that in referring to the agricultural emissions and getting comment on that, I'm just wondering, in fact, if there's some risk in including that part, so that, for example, if a lot of urban people are going to say, yes, we must include that, and then rural people are going to say, well, you set us up.
Yeah. Again, this will speak to making sure that we have, we're targeting the whole range. So I mentioned businesses, I should also have mentioned the agricultural sector. So we'll be going out to let them know that they have this consultation is happening, to make sure that they have their opportunity to have their say. But as with anything with a consultation, I mean, it's not representative. You'll get the information back again, and it will be your decision to make.
And part of the reason we took the approach we did is that if we don't choose to set our own targets, essentially the default target for the council district will be the government targets, which do separate out methane. And so that's one of the reasons we've raised that, because across the country it is like 50% is methane. In Christchurch it's only about 10.5%, I believe. And so it is quite a different context. But if we don't do anything, that will be what our district will be left with, I guess.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so this has been moved and seconded. Is there any debate on this? Yanni.
Thank you. So, according to our own policy, to our own strategy, we're supposed to have a 20% reduction in the net greenhouse gas emissions from Christchurch by 2020 from the 2008 base year. But I can't see in this like progress around that was supposed to be monitored. And so, I really welcome having this conversation with the community, but I would urge that we actually give people context about what we've done previously. Part of the problem, as I see it as a council, is we keep adopting all these strategies, but yet we don't monitor them enough, and we don't look at what we're actually trying to achieve, and we don't match it with financing and funding. And so we build up this expectation that there's all these things that we're going to do because they sound good, but when we go and look at what we're actually doing, we can't see it. So it would be really good, I think, really important to reference the work that was done previously. We do have a strategy around climate smart from 2010 to 2025. There has been a commitment to reduce our emissions, and I think it's a really important part of context for people when they're being asked what target should we set, to actually know what targets we set previously and whether we're on track to meet those, whether we're not, and if not, why not, and what we need to do different. So, I welcome asking our community around these targets. This is ironically similar to the debate we had previously in 2010 when we did that initial climate smart strategy, because the government had different targets and we had a lot of discussion about that at the time. So we're doing that. They had different measurements and assumptions around things like sea level rise and forecasts, that we had a discussion about whether we should adopt or not, or be more precautionary. But I welcome having this conversation with our community. I do think they need more information around the context, particularly around what we've actually done previously as a city council. But let's get the document out there and let's start asking people.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for all the work that's happened on this. I know that we have put you under a significant time pressure to get this through by September. It's really important to note that this is not our climate change strategy. It is a target setting, and it is only, I'd say, not quite first step, it's the second step. So we've done the sentiment survey, which was excellent and showed that the community were very clear about setting both ambitious targets, but ones that were achievable and realistic. And that's what this is based on. So it's really important that we make sure, like Yanni said, that this doesn't just sit on a shelf, that we have a target, that we measure it, and that we're accountable against these targets. That hasn't necessarily happened in the past. I am sure that it will this time. I am really looking forward to getting the community feedback on this, and then after this work is done, getting well underway with a climate change strategy, which is the work that will build on the climate smart strategy, that will look at how we reach that target, and we'll look at how we then adapt to our changing environment.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing some of the results here. I just hope that it's wide enough reaching. I know we'll definitely hear from the usual suspects who talk to us every year and on every opportunity they can about climate change, but it's some of the others that we really need to hear from and their positions and getting them engaged from various industries. So that would be good. And the one, and it was mentioned before around farming and stuff, that farmers can change. A lot have and a lot more will. And let me tell you about hickory. Dropped the C. It was I dropped the C.
Thank you. Any further debate? So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. So next item, item 21, Our Space, Future Development Strategy for Greater Christchurch. So realising, sorry, were there any comments that staff wanted to make as we move into this item?
No, I think you've got the report, and we've had several briefings around this, previously. So I think most people should be aware of this item. So no, nothing further to add to our report.
Thank you very much. So we'll move into questions and take the report obviously as read. So we've got a number of recommendations in front of us around adopting the recommendations report and adopting the final version of Our Space. If we weren't to take those recommendations and the result of this decision, the result of this process was a decision not to adopt, what would the implications of that decision be? What would likely flow from that?
Sure. So we're legally required to produce a future development strategy under the National Policy Statement for urban development capacity. So if we don't adopt this today, we will have to create one, either just one for Christchurch City by ourselves, or we'll have to go back to the partnership and ask for to develop another one that covers all of Greater Christchurch. And the other councils would be in the same position as well. They could either create their own one, or we'd be back to the drawing board working together. I suppose the key thing with this one, and the reason why we work together, is because we are recognising that we've got an urban development strategy, and in the longer term, we are trying to encourage as much growth, 70% of growth within Christchurch City, to support the climate change is one of the reasons that we discussed before about having people working and living close to where they work. If it was a separate development strategies and someone in Waimak did their own one, then that working together and having more growth within Christchurch City would not be an option.
So the disadvantages of that to Christchurch presumably would be that we would lose influence over what, for example, Selwyn and Waimakariri we were doing, because we had essentially excluded ourselves from the work of the partnership that had been done by not adopting this today. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And the other councils would have the option either to come up with their own individual strategy or to continue to work together without us and without our influence to produce a joint strategy through whatever mechanism.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's been said by some that if we failed to adopt this today, that would then see the breakdown of the Greater Christchurch Partnership and other streams of work going through that partnership in a way that may not be beneficial to Christchurch.
That's right. I would send a signal around that, but that is a separate conversation that we need to have in terms of how the partnership functions. But so this is about this future development strategy. But yes, it would give some signals around that. Yes.
So it's likely that not adopting this would lead to the need for that conversation.
It would certainly accelerate the need for that conversation. Yes.
Thank you. Questions, Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. I know this has been a big piece of work in progress and a long time. And I know it's been back and forth to the hearings panel a few times because I think we in Christchurch City Council have wanted a little bit more. And this represents a bit of a compromise in our situation. Correct. It's not exactly what we would want, but it's more than we originally had. Can you please give us a sort of a summary of the movement and the changes that we have made towards what Christchurch wants from the original recommendation?
Yep, sure. So, there were a number of issues that were raised previously, and we submitted on the document to get those things addressed, and so we've made our position quite clear with the rest of the partners, and there has been some compromises. So the document now does acknowledge that we need to address downstream effects, in particular downstream transport effects, and work together on that. The document also has got these new future development areas, which is around Kaipoi, Rangiora and Rolleston, are going to have a minimum density of at least 12 houses per hectare. So that's higher than what the current greenfield minimum density is in Selwyn and Waimak, which is currently 10. So we've seen some movement there. And we've also got a list of actions to work together on, and one I know has been interesting to some councillors is around an action plan around social and affordable housing. So we have got some commitment to work together on that, and we'll be working together to see where that lands over the next coming months.
So those are changes that have been made in our favour after all the toing and froing and negotiating. That's so we have made up some ground.
Yes, yep.
And isn't there something in here that says actually the time frame for this has been reduced to 10 years and then we have another look at it?
So we have to actually look under the legislation, look at this potentially every 3 years. If we have to do a capacity assessment every 3 years, and if that identifies that there is a shortfall, then we have to come up with a strategy to address that. So potentially we will have to do that this again shortly. This has almost taken 3 years to write, so we're actually going to have to start looking at this shortly anyway. Go through this again. Yeah. But the way it is structured at the moment is in 10 years' time, I think is what you're referring to.
Yes, yeah.
So for the first 10 years, growth will be apportioned as per what the population projections are saying. And then in 10 years' time, we will work towards having the approach that we had in the urban development strategy, which is 70% of growth will be within Christchurch City. So over the longer term, 10 years plus, we'll work to get more of that growth within Christchurch City, recognising that the majority of the people within Greater Christchurch actually work in Christchurch City, and so having people live and work close together is a whole lot of advantages.
Would you call that another gain from the negotiations? Yeah,
that was in the original proposal, but yes, that has remained. And I suppose the other thing that has remained, I mean, whilst we have seen obviously gains in our favour, there were other people who were wanting other things, and so there were people wanting more land outside the urban boundary. the hearings panel that worked on that have not granted that. So we are keeping within the boundaries.
In other districts.
And what about the protection of fertile soils?
Yeah, so by keeping within the boundaries, we're not going beyond the urban development strategy. So we're not going beyond where the urban development strategy set the boundary, sort of 10 plus years ago when it was signed up to. So yeah, we're not impacting on fertile soils beyond there, and so that keeps a sort of line in the sand around that.
Right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So remaining questions, I've got Phil, Sarah, Yanni and Vicky.
Thank
Phil.
you, David, and for all your huge work on this. My question's around in section 4.2. One of the requirements, as you know, of the future development strategy was to identify the broad location, timing and sequencing of the future development capacity in new urban environments and intensification opportunities in existing ones. So my question is, with what we have in front of us today, how far do you think we have got to achieving that, particularly around the sequencing part?
Yeah. So yeah, that was a point that we have raised a number of times, and so I suppose the document at the moment, and this is around this 10-year sort of period I was talking to before, says that we will only release. So that there's going to be a change to the regional policy statement that comes out of this. It will only release land for the next 10 years. So we're not releasing land for the whole 30 years. So that provides a little bit of sequencing that we're only going to be looking for the next 10 years. And as I said, we're going to have to redo this, and so that will give us opportunity to look at what happens beyond those 10 years in the future. In terms of intensification and densities, and so there is an action that Selwyn and Waimak in particular will look more closely at their densities and whether they can raise them even higher. So we've obviously there's now agreement to go for at least 12 houses per hectare. In the city, we're required to do 15 houses per hectare. Selwyn and Waimak will look at whether they can raise that even further, whether it's up to 15 or similar. So there's an action, a piece of work to do that. So we will have to continue through the future processes, through the future reviews of this, and through the regional policy statement and their district plan reviews to ensure that we continue to see more sequencing and more densities.
Thanks, David.
Yep. Thank you. Sarah.
I just want to make a quick clarification. There was Pauline's mentioned negotiations. There were no negotiations between partners. There was some concern expressed that some of what the hearings panel had brought back to the Greater Christchurch Partnership wasn't quite clear enough, and so the partnership sent the document back to the hearings panel for clarification in a set of specified areas. The hearings panel then considered those and came back with new recommendations. Yep. But there were no sort of negotiations as it been characterised. The process was clean. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Yeah. It's just a choice of words. I just need to be really clear because I know that there's gazillions of developers and their lawyers out there. So. Yeah.
And Sarah, just for clarification, of course, you were a member of that hearings panel.
That's right.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yanni.
Some general process questions. Initially, when council was given the option around establishing the process, I think we made a request that we would like to see young people and children actually involved and engaged. I can't see through any of the report where young people and children's views have been taken into account, or in fact, even better, I think we asked advisory group or around the governance table. So can you just help me understand if that was acted on, if not, why not, or if so, how that was done?
Yep. So there was engagement with youth. There was, from what I understand, a workshop held with them, and there was a submission that came in from a youth organisation, and so there is it'll be on one of the pages here. It was one of the submissions, and how we responded to that has been included in that. But yes, we've definitely have engaged with youth on this.
But it seems our request was rejected in terms of having young people sitting in a governance capacity or an advisory capacity.
On the hearings panel?
On the hearings panel.
Yeah, no, that didn't
I just find it I just find it extraordinary, given all the stuff we're hearing about young people, particularly around things like climate change, and given how big an impact this will have, that we haven't heard, there were so few submissions. So I was just going to ask around the lack of submissions.
There was 92 submissions, yeah.
Right. So given that the UDS, the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy, originally had over 3,500 submissions, how much weight do you think we should give to this strategy? Or how much confidence do you think we should have in terms of public engagement, given that we've had such a small number of submissions across that Greater Christchurch area?
That's a somewhat loaded question.
Well, no, but I mean, if we only hear from 2 people on something that's going to have an impact on 400, wouldn't you question kind of?
Well, look,
do we need to do more work? Do we need to get people more engaged?
You could draw that conclusion from the fact that we had 92 submissions and we were one of those 92. So, I mean, that's something to consider in making your decision, yes.
If we felt that there should be more engagement on this, what's our option available to us?
Well, when this process obviously is drawn to a conclusion, but we will have to review the strategy. So there'll be future processes like this that we will have to engage. I mean, this was publicly notified. I mean, so people had the opportunity to submit. Yes, only 92 did, but no one was excluded from that process.
Okay. I just wanted to check on the. My understanding that there's an MOU. Has the MOU around the social and affordable housing gone to the Greater Christchurch Partnership, or is it going soon? And do we have we made requirements for resourcing to be committed by the partner councils when they've signed up to this agreement?
So the document has an action to develop an action plan on social and affordable housing, and we're working through the budgeting process for this coming financial year about resourcing that at the moment. So yeah, that's the action. I'm not aware of a MOU.
No, I'm not aware of an MOU. Sorry.
Yeah, it's around an action plan.
On page 42. It says an MOU with Greater Christchurch Partnership and the Network, July 2019. So, I mean, given those of us who know the UDS and knew that housing, social housing and geographic dispersal of social housing was a priority, one of the top 20 priorities, I think we just kind of want to understand how that's actually going to be done rather than just ignored like last time.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I found the page you're referring to. So this is page 243 in your agenda.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of the actions in the action plan is to develop a MOU. So that hasn't been developed yet, but that is an action to develop.
Right. So we've got resource to do it as a council. I mean, we're going to do it. We've got resource.
Yes.
Yep.
The other councils have committed to resource.
We're going through that budgeting process at the moment, but yes, we are committed.
They've signed up to this,
Yep,
so
yep.
yes.
Just the final kind of bigger question I just wanted to kind of understand is specifically around the option and I guess the UDS trend. So basically we're told that this is sort of like the hybrid option. So I'm just trying to understand from the submissions, when we had the UDS last time, and again we had a lot more submissions, but it was clear that people wanted consolidation, they didn't want urban sprawl, and so they had a very clear option that people had identified in terms of the consultation. I'm sort of struggling from reading through this to kind of see what is the option that people wanted in terms of settlement patterns for our Greater Christchurch area. Is out of those 3 that are sort of listed, is there a one that in terms of the submissions that they were overwhelmingly or clearly had a majority in support of, or can you tell us what the preferences were from the submitters? Because I think I've just read that they didn't support what was proposed, but I don't actually know what they supported.
So from my memory, we had very few submissions that actually said which of those options they preferred. It was really about, a lot of submissions were really whether they agreed with the proposal, which was based around the hybrid option or not, and we got a pretty mixed response to that. There were some for it and some against it. There weren't many that offered alternatives in terms of the different options. A lot of people offered additional land that could be included for urban development, but that was really where the submissions went.
Okay, so we don't know if people wanted more sort of urban sprawl and or consolidation from this.
There was a mixed response. So there were some people that definitely wanted more consolidation. There were some people, and they were largely the landowners of the, who owned the land that on the outside of the boundary that wanted urban development. They wanted their land included, which as urban. So yeah, there was a mixed response.
Okay. And sorry, finally, just a process question. In the report, there's reference to minutes being issued around potential for conflicts of interest and disclosure. Given the sort of sensitivity around those sorts of issues, are you able just to tell us what that was about and, how that's been managed?
So are you able to refer to...
on page...
Answer that if you like, because it was about me.
17, it just says 45. The first minute issued on 8th of February 2019 discuss potential conflicts of interest and disclosure relating to those with provision for any party to raise issues. And there's no, some of our council companies that we own have made submissions. I don't know what those conflict issues were, but it would be good just so we can be aware of that, if someone could just explain.
It was about me. There had been legal advice sought to see whether a panel member would be appropriate, whether there be a conflict for me as a Christchurch City Councillor when the Christchurch City Council itself had made a submission. That was what it was.
Thank you.
No, they didn't.
Okay. Thank you. Vicky.
I have 3 questions, if I may. Given that this goes forward 30 years or at least 10 years in the what's currently proposed, what's the impact on climate change of these changes?
Good question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming they addressed it.
Yeah, I mean, this as I said before, the areas that have been identified for release for future urban development areas are within the UDS.
No, that's not the question.
Yeah.
Did the panel address and elaborate on the impact of this on climate change, given that in 30 years we need to be basically at net carbon neutral? And we're still looking at a housing density which the Christchurch City Council has said is way too low. And we're looking at massive increases in Selwyn and Waimak, which require major transport into their place of work, usually.
So my understanding is that was something that was considered by the panel, but it would be fair to say we would have wanted more movement in that space.
So where's our information on it? I mean, how do we make a call on it when we've just passed climate emergencies and all sorts of things and they haven't even told us?
So we've identified that the impact on climate change is an issue. I think the other thing to bear in mind is if we didn't agree to this, they could go. They could do a future development strategy by themselves and would have even more growth. They wouldn't be apportioning growth back to Christchurch City in the long term, and so there would be even more development in those areas, even more traffic coming back and forth, more emissions. So yes, this is a compromise. It's not ideal in terms of being.
Well, we've heard that the panel did take it, that it was taken into account.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be in our report.
Yes.
I think it should be in our report.
We've got targets.
We've just set it as our overarching objective. Can I ask a different question? Social affordable housing, which was our objection all the way through, and that I think in this scheme, Waimakariri and Selwyn grow dramatically faster as a percentage rate of growth than Christchurch City. But currently, I think one of them has about 100 social housing units that the council's involved in, and one of them, I think, has 4. So their ability to house their own people at whatever stage of their life when they may need social housing is severely curtailed. All we're saying is that we will work together. We've already going to have adopted this if this goes through. What leverage will we have if we adopt this and then agree that we do a joint thing on social and community housing? I'm assuming they will be able to say, go away, we're not interested, we like our exclusionary zonings, which are the highest in the country, both of them, number 1 and 2 in the country.
So we raised that issue in our submission. So that was one of the matters that we raised, because that was something that this council was concerned about.
Yeah, very.
We have discussed that at an officer level. It was considered at the hearings panel. We have not been able to. The action that you see in the future development strategy is where we were able to get to in terms of leverage.
The agreement to write a strategy, but where we've got no leverage whatsoever. So they could just say, well, you're welcome to have as many social houses as you want, but we don't want them in our neighbourhoods.
They are able to make their own decisions as we are able to make our own.
Yeah. Right, and just in terms of transport demand, where we see the impacts of the Northern Motorway and Southern Motorway, so what assurance have we got that in 5, 10, 15 years' time that the Waimakariri and Selwyn district, through whatever mechanism, gives way more representation to the rural areas than the urban area, as all mechanisms in Canterbury do. What mechanism have we got for ensuring that they don't come back and say, hey, we need way more motorways and way more private transport links into the city because we all work there?
Well, that is a matter by continuing to work within partnership with them that we will.
Oh, none.
We will have to keep working. They have agreed to work on the downstream effects. We're working together on a future public transport business case. So that it is about working together and trying to find a solution.
Am I right in thinking that we don't have any awareness of the impact on climate change of this, and obviously we know that's loss of some versatile soils, that we have no guarantees that anything will be able to happen on social housing being spread throughout the region, and that we have no guarantees that there won't be transport demands on the ratepayers of Christchurch as a result of this. Is that a fair assessment?
We have commitment from them to work together on this. We don't yet have commitment for them to resolve these issues, but we have made our position very clear to them, and that we want these resolved and we want to work.
And they've agreed to work with us.
So that's as far as we've been able to get so far.
15 houses minimum. And how did that go? Not so well.
Oh, they've moved up to 12 and they're willing to look at it further.
Yes.
That's as far as we've got. That's a compromise we've got so far.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got Glenn and then Anne. Glenn.
Yes, thank you. Vicky's already partly asked this question, but just to, not that it needs backing up, it was Kay Saville-Smith who's presented in various fora, including to our own housing subcommittee 10th of September last year, over the TA numbers over, just looking up the actual PowerPoint. Yes, and just to confirm, obviously, that Selwyn and their Waimakariri have the highest number of what you would call, proportion of all titles with land covenant by TA 2017. So that slide is entitled Private Restrictions on Land Use. So kind of colloquially, gated communities. But so what's your sense over the openness to effectively change and do something about it? I mean, there's been that big greenfield sprawl post-quake, obviously, but what is your sense?
So those covenants are put in place by developers, not by the councils. So councils are limited to some extent as to whether they can prevent those happening. They can write district plan provisions that are contrary to them to try and prevent those covenants going in place, but they are an agreement between the developer and the people who buy into those subdivisions. So their hands are somewhat tied, but yes, Selwyn and Waimak do have the highest, much higher than Christchurch.
Can I, just given that I've had experience of this over one of the developments in in the
Is this a
ward. We
question?
found that out. Yes, it is.
Yep.
There was just a bit of context.
Okay.
So at which point do we intervene? It's now or later, or various points along the way, regional policy, etc. So I do take your point over that obviously developers...
How do you mean
communities,
intervene, Councillor? How do you mean intervene?
Well, to circumvent that. Or is that what this is about today? Or do you do it further?
We have limited powers to circumvent it. They legally, under legislation, can put covenants on their subdivision, and if willing buyers buy in a subdivision, agree to those covenants, then that's between them and the landowner. We don't enforce them. We can't prevent them from doing it. It's
I'll pick it
their
up
own
in debate.
right.
So all good.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, that's great. Anne.
Just wanting some clarification, and obviously there's an expectation that you guys can see into the future.
Absolutely. Crystal clear.
I'm sorry about that, that expectation on you. I'm just wondering, it says there will be opportunities to address the outstanding issues as part of future capacity assessments. How will that happen? And it's a wee bit similar to what Glenn was asking. How often can that happen, and what form does that take?
So yeah, we've got in the back of our space there's a whole list of actions, and there's timeframes around that we've agreed with our partners to work on. So some of those issues will be addressed through that, and through future reviews of the strategy every 3 or so years. Then we'll have the same discussions and the same debates with our partners and try and resolve those issues. We've also got national policy statements that the government are thinking of releasing later this year, one around highly productive land, so versatile soils, and one around a review of this national policy statement on urban development. So that will also provide some guidance from central government as to how some of these issues can be resolved as well. So.
Just one other question, if I may.
Yes,
just
please.
In terms of, I mean, this is a huge piece of work,
Yes.
and it involves a huge amount of people and a lot of big decisions. When you're working together, when we're working together in partnership with other councils and things, are there sort of rules that you kind of get in place to sort of like code of conduct, or how we will be together before you start this process in terms of managing the relationship?
There's, I guess, within the Greater Christchurch Partnership, the documentation that sits around the partnership itself, the terms of reference, there's guidance around that. So we do work together in a collaborative way, and we try to do that as best we can.
Thank you. That's great. Thanks for doing that.
All right, thank you. Dion.
Yeah, I just wanted to selfishly ask, I suppose, what's in it for the central city of Christchurch? Now, we've got a whole lot of aspirations, I suppose. So I just wanted, I've read the document, but I just wanted to spell out this approach versus the other approach. What is in it for us in the central city in terms of the aspirations we have around residents?
Yeah, so this, I suppose the benefit of this is that it will, over the long term, encourage more and more growth in Christchurch City, and that will include the central city. It's obviously a priority for us, and the partnership have said it's a priority for them as well. So yes, if we work together, we'll try and get more of that growth occurring within the central city, and as opposed to working separately and them going on their own direction.
So from all the work that you've done on this, you believe working together versus working apart will actually have more benefit to the central city and the residential space long term?
As long as we work together collaboratively and are all clear on the outcome we're trying to achieve, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so Phil.
I'm happy to second this, and I'm presuming would like Sarah to...
So Sarah will move. Yep. Phil will second.
Can I ask one last question before you go to that?
Yep.
Can I just clarify, how many
people on the panel?
There were 7. From what I
7.
remember. Yep.
Okay. And of the population area represented, Christchurch would be what, 80%?
Almost, yes.
How many did we have?
1.
1.
Thank you. So now, now let's move into debate. Sarah.
Thank you. In 2007, Christchurch City Council and partner councils passed the Urban Development Strategy. It had significant community engagement and did cover a broad range of aspirations for Greater Christchurch. One key thing that it did was to restrict growth by setting infrastructure boundaries that were then put into the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. There was an option to carry on business as usual, with every small town in Waimakariri and Selwyn able to grow at will, but it was clear to everyone that restricting growth to the towns of Rolleston, Rangiora and Kaiapoi would be better both for the environment and transport planning and for everyone. It's important to note that while the future development strategy has an impact on Christchurch, there are actually no planning changes within it for Christchurch, in spite of many submissions from developers asking for their pieces of land to be added. Developers also submitted asking for more land outside the infrastructure boundaries in Waimakariri and Selwyn, but were all declined by the panel. And let's be clear, this is a legally required future development strategy. It's not the urban development strategy and has a much more limited scope. It was a continual frustration during the process that social housing and climate change weren't specifically within scope, but they are covered by other documents and policies under development. This isn't the only document in charge of development in Greater Christchurch. Since the UDS was approved by this council, we have had a series of earthquakes that triggered enormous settlement pattern changes with increases in Christchurch residents moving into our neighbouring districts. Their growth trajectory was enormous, and had they been able to continue, they would have used up their available planned land so much sooner than expected, especially at the very low 10 households per hectare, and would have required more to be zoned. Being part of this process has allowed us to have influence, and that goes both ways. That's the nature of a partnership. It's also part of a very long chicken and egg process, and we'll be starting work with partner councils on a better capacity assessment tool to inform decision making to lead into the next round of decision making. We will also, I have no doubt, be asking for the consequential RPS change to include the new density requirement. It's fair to say that had the previous government not put in the Auckland-centric NPS on the urban development capacity, we would have not gone through this process now. But the new areas that the FDS allowed to be zoned by councils in the medium, then the long term, are still within the infrastructure boundaries signed off in the UDS by this council and are at a higher density of 12 houses per hectare than originally planned. This document also requires developments to look at the downstream transport effects and mandates further work on a social and affordable housing strategy. Is it perfect for Christchurch City? Nope. Is it what Selwyn and Waimakariri were ideally after? No. But let's not the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Thank you. Glenn.
Thank you. Just further to what Sarah said, I remember the launch in 2007 to much fanfare involving Prime Minister Helen Clark at the time of the UDS. Obviously in 2011 and 10 we had those extraordinary events being the earthquakes. It had the effect of us agreeing to moving outside the red line, which some councillors at the time said was akin to swallowing a rat, which meant taking in new areas in the city. But that's what happened. It was a series of extraordinary events. But we see the effects of that in data supplied by people such as Kay Saville Smith, where in terms of proportion of all titles with land covenant, in 2017, Selwyn had 48%, Waimakariri 40%, and we were 16%. So those first two figures, especially with our partners, compared to Queenstown Lakes on 36% and Tauranga 35%. It shows you what we're up against. We've had a major intervention by way of the quakes, and we're going to need some major interventions to reverse that process if we are going to hope to deliver some measure of affordable housing. In our housing policy, we have links to the NPS and the RPS. This is a policy we all resolved on at the beginning of this term. One of the actions in the schedule is high priority over inclusionary zoning, and it's my view that we will need to turn to that once we get to the review of the regional policy statement. Yes, it's good, and I urge you to support our part in this and signing up today with our partners, but we can't just hope that affordable housing will happen. We actually need some tools to make sure. We've heard about developers. I mean, we're not going to get it unless we take action. So support this today, but looking forward to the cascading work that'll be a result of this.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. Is this the best outcome for the city? No, it's not. But it is in no way a bad outcome, and by not adopting this, it would create perverse outcomes for the city. We have been at the table with the ability to influence, and that is what we have done. Our neighbouring districts have moved away from their desired outcomes that they would have preferred, and that's what you do when you're at the table. You look at the bigger picture and you have a best for Greater Christchurch approach. We don't have the ability to force our neighbours to do anything, and if we'd walked away, then they could just go alone. More people would move to Selwyn and Waimakariri than what would have occurred if this was adopted. Urban sprawl would become worse, and the pressure placed on our transport infrastructure would mean it would not cope. I think one thing that this does highlight is the possible need for Greater Christchurch to become a unitary authority.
Any further debate on this?
Yes.
Anne.
Complex issues such as these require collaboration, and obviously you've worked really hard at getting that to happen. Collaboration, if you're getting a collaborative approach, requires trust, it requires respect, it requires time to build relationships, and it requires a capacity for managing diversity of views. And from what we've heard, there may be going forward, there may be opportunity for a more diverse voice to come into this discussion. But if we are to actually manage the big issues that we face, water is another one, we have to learn to work together. And as Mike has said, we have to make concessions, and we won't always get what we want. But I am encouraged to read that because of the work that you've done, we have had some of our concerns actually addressed, and thank you for that. This is going to be reviewed and assessed as we go forward. It's not set in stone. But we must keep that communication and relationship going so that we can sit around a table and get the best outcomes for all of us. So I'll be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Thank you. And I'd like to start by thanking Sarah and her huge commitment and huge work involved, and also the staff, of course. This has been an enormous undertaking to get this to where it is today. And while I've got some reservations about it, I'm strongly supporting the recommendations. I think it's clear in what we're required to do under the National Policy Statement that we have to work towards collaborating and cooperating with the other local authorities. And and speakers have earlier referred to the fact this is not far from always being easy. And I guess it's clear too, though, that if we don't succeed with this today, each local authority will then develop their own targets separately, and we would have to do the same. And I think, while I've got reservations about it, and most councillors have, I see that, but that we do know that any new housing development will be expected to achieve a density of at least 12 households per hectare. And clearly that's out of kilter still with the city. We'll be doing 15. But that is an advance and improvement on trying to reduce urban sprawl. But I think too, when we look at Map A in this, and on the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee, we looked at this often following the work of the hearings panel. The changes on that really are the same. They're within the original urban development strategy limits. Yes, set in 2007. So in fact, there's no additional land should be available, is my understanding, further than the UDS boundaries. There's been a lot of concern, of course, about the downstream effects of all the infrastructure. But again, I would see the that any future developments are going to have to fit existing policies. For example, and greenfield policies are going to apply. There's been reference to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, and which is due for review soon, as well as the work that is beginning already on the capacity assessment. I think it's starting next year. So, and I guess in relation to the concern we have had about encroachment on versatile soils, it's clear in the report the government are putting out a government national policy statement on versatile soils. It'd be my expectation that in fact that will address the concerns which some of us have had. So, as I've indicated, we could adopt our own future development strategy because that would be required, or we can continue to choose to work with our partners to address what are clearly outstanding issues. And we will have some input working this way with the other local councils with their strategies. The further work is called essential actions, and I see that as being really hugely important. And there's no doubt around social and affordable housing, we will be asking our neighbours to actually take responsibility too for their people who don't have adequate housing. And the same with evaluating the appropriateness for minimum housing density. That's what we'll be wanting them to do, so that those other areas are concerning. So yes, currently it has very big challenges, there's no question of that, but I think overall we as a council are far better to accept the recommendations.
Thank you. David.
Thank you. Look, firstly, can I acknowledge the huge amount of work that has gone in, not only through our authority but our neighbours as well. It has consumed a large amount of people's times over a quite significant period. I think it says it all for me in the executive summary, where we say that the National Policy Statement requires all local authorities within a high-growth urban area to produce a future development strategy demonstrating that there will be sufficient feasible development capacity in the medium and long term. I think both councillors Templeton and Davison summed it up. Is it good for Christchurch? Possibly not. Is it good for Selwyn? Same thing. And Waimakariri. I believe we've invested a huge amount of time and money in this project. In the end, we have to compromise in some areas, and I think our neighbours have compromised, we have compromised, and we need to go forward with a plan, and I believe this is probably as good as it's going to get, but there is scope to work on it going forward. So I'm happy to support the motion that we have here before us today.
Thank you. Deal.
I'll be quick. I just want to say that I don't like it, and I don't like it from, I know what it says, but when I look at the data, I don't get a sense of confidence that it's good for my objectives as the councillor for Christchurch Central. And that's, the words say it's fine. The data to me doesn't paint that same story, and I'm just going to put that out there. And from that point of view, I just don't, I don't like it. Do I like the alternative? I think I like the alternative worse. So this makes it quite difficult. And when I'm thinking of this, I have to go a little bit above being the councillor for Christchurch Central and look at being the councillor for Christchurch, or a councillor for Christchurch, and actually wanting the best for the region. And we're facing a position at the moment in our region where the wider economy is changing, and we need to work together to make it work. Because if we don't make it work, we're not going to have people wanting to live here, we're not going to have future development. So from that point of view, I just, I'm a little bit worried about this because I don't like it, but I'm also more concerned about what the actual effect would be if we don't work together. So from that point of view, I will have to support it, but I think we've got some work to do, and we need to get these other mayors and councillors around the table from the regions.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, on the weekend, Local Government New Zealand just released their book called Reinvigorating Local Democracy, the case for localising power and decision-making to councils and communities. And what's really interesting about that is that this process is held up as the poster child of why we need to do things differently. In fact, to quote from the document, the MBS is extremely prescriptive and complex to implement and based on a flawed economic model. Christchurch City and its two neighbouring councils have so far spent approximately $1.2 million on meeting the policy's requirements, and overall, most councils using it have found the tool to be unfit for the purpose in which it was intended. We actually have a problem with what we've been asked to do, in that it doesn't give any certainty in any real sense of the detail. It enables all these other processes to occur at some future stage that is where some of the key decisions will be made without any clear visibility back to our community. But my starting point on this is the complete lack of engagement with the greater Christchurch people. This is a strategy that has huge implications for the future of our region. Our children and our young people, I think, absolutely deserve to have their voices be heard and be part of the governance around this. There's been very interesting research come out recently around young people and children feeling like they don't have a voice around these important decisions about their future. And I have to say, when I look at only less than 100 submissions and hardly any from young people and children for something that's going to have a huge impact on their future well-being, I cannot endorse this today. I also want to address the issue of the impact of climate change and of the central city. This is going to kill our central city even more than what it's currently experiencing by enabling greater growth. For people like me who represent areas like Phillipstown and have seen directly the impact of the jobs and the factories closing in Phillipstown and moving out to Rolleston, what that does to people in those communities is massive. They can no longer walk or bike to work. They're lucky if they can take a bus to work, and they have huge increased transport costs as a result, alongside a very unsustainable approach to land use. So I don't support this. I think there needs to be much more engagement with the people of our region and of our city. I think if you look back to what happened with the UDS, where things like affordable and social housing were seen as priority actions and were never delivered on, this is just doing something completely similar. It sounds good at the time, and it's something that's said to get people to endorse it and embrace it, but when you go back and look at what actually happened, what we've seen is basically the UDS enabled funding for motorways to go from the surrounding districts into our city that we paid a huge cost and our communities pay a big price for. So I can't support this. My lack of support for this, though, is please don't take that as a reflection on our staff and on our councillor who's been on the hearing panel. The process is what I think is the problem with this, and the scope of the ability for the decisions that we're making. I know that staff have worked incredibly hard to put forward the concerns that we've raised all the way through this process, and I know that our councillor on the hearing panel has done her best to represent the things and the issues that we have had. But for me, this doesn't go far enough in terms of the objectives that we would want. It doesn't have a community mandate. We shouldn't agree to it today. It needs a lot more work.
So I would probably start by referring us to the answers to the questions I asked at the very beginning, because whilst this may not be perfect, and whilst there may be things in it that we don't like, the alternative, which is not adopting this, is far less perfect, and in my view brings about a situation that we like even less. It's probably echoing the sort of comments that that Dion made a few minutes ago. But there are some big issues here, and there are some big issues, the answers to which long-term will have some long-term outcomes. Issues around transport and development and urban growth and urban spread and so on. But we've got a legal requirement to do this. And our neighbouring councils have also got a legal requirement to do this. If we go it alone, and therefore they go it alone, or possibly even worse, in partnership without us at the table, the outcomes for Christchurch will be worse than the outcomes that, whilst they may not be perfect, we've got in front of us today by working in partnership, which at least has given us some influence over the outcomes in those neighbouring districts. So we have been better to collaborate, in my view, than we ever would have been to go alone. I also think it's worth noting
that a vibrant community is always going to need a vibrant economy, and a vibrant city is always going to need a vibrant central city. And our central city is the central city not only for Christchurch, but for Greater Christchurch. So even when residents are living across our own boundaries, beyond our own boundaries, many of those people are using our central city. And some would say, oh, they're using our stadium and using our art gallery and using our other facilities. But actually, they're also contributing to our economy, which makes our central city a whole lot more viable. So to not adopt would send a very negative message. And again, we heard this in answers to questions about our view of the Greater Christchurch Partnership. Just to comment on the concept of localism, yes, I take the comments which have been made, but if we take the view that not to adopt this could lead to the breakdown of the Greater Christchurch Partnership, there is another argument that goes something along the lines of the breakdown of the Christchurch Partnership increases the likelihood of the Greater Christchurch Unitary Authority, which by its very nature takes democracy further from the people rather than closer to it, and therefore erodes localism rather than contributing to that. So with some reluctance, because this isn't perfect, I am going to vote in favour of this today. But like any partnership, like any relationship, perfection is very hard to achieve. And it's clear from the answers to the various questions that were put that there is a strong element of compromise here, but there's also a strong element of working in partnership so that we can get to a better position long term. So I'd like to end just by thanking our representatives on the Greater Christchurch Partnership, thanking Sarah for her role on the hearings panel, and also to make the point that we provided guidance to our representatives on the Greater Christchurch Partnership as a result of various briefings that we had and education that we had around how this was progressing. The guidance that we provided was that they should bring this back to this table for a decision. I doubt we would have provided that guidance unless we were expected to take at least a half positive view of this when it came here. So I'm indicating that I'll vote in favour of this today, and I would hope that others would do the same. Sarah, did you want to make some comments to close the debate?
Yes, but I'll cut them in half for Jamie.
I have another meeting. I apologise during our break.
Listen, Yanni's right. The reality is that we would not have chosen to go through this process in this way. And we did ask, the Greater Christchurch Partnership did ask if we could not go through the process, and we were told that we had to. We have had an influence on other councils' planning through this process. And the reality is that we would be incredibly grumpy if other councils came in and told us what to do. But that's exactly what we're trying to do. If we throw the baby out with the bathwater, the outcomes will be worse for us. Let's focus on the big picture and get better outcomes.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Okay, so if we can have the votes against recorded. So that's Yanni, Vicky, just those two. All right, thank you. So that's carried. So that brings us to our lunch break. A little bit late, and I apologise for that. We're at 1:06. If we can start again at 2 o'clock, gives us just less than an hour. If we can start again at 2 o'clock to complete the open agenda and then move into the public excluded for the one item. So back here at 2 o'clock. We'll adjourn till then. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're now moving to item 22, District Plan Amendment, Littleton Parking, draft section 65 proposal for consultation. Now, as I had indicated, I've got a conflict of interest with this item. So having declared that interest, I'd now like to move that James Goff be appointed chairperson of the meeting for this item, and the reason for that is that James is the acting chair of the Regulatory and Performance Committee, which is the committee that would hold this work if it was at a committee. So that's what I'd like to do, and that's my reasoning for it. Do I have a seconder? Tim Scanderett. All those in favour? Against? That's carried.
Thanks, Andrew. If you don't, I'll just stay here for this. It's just one item. Take it as read. Long story very short, I think you're all familiar with it because we dealt with it at committee, for those of you on that, and also you'll have visibility of it at council. It's essentially seeking to move, to make a district plan change and consult with the relevant stakeholders so we can move this forward. Pre-quake, there weren't the parking provisions there. Post-quake, with the replacement district plan, it was inserted. That's proven prohibitive to development in Littleton, just due to the topography and a number of other reasons there. So it seems like a logical step, and with your endorsement, we'll just move forward to consult with relevant stakeholders and tidy this up. So namely DPMC, ECAN, and the two district councils, Waimakariri and Selwyn, and also the local Runanga. Staff here to answer any questions. So Ivan and team, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Don't think so.
No, happy to.
No. Well, with that, I'll open it up for questions. Questions from anyone? Pauline?
And, any of the buildings that were there pre-quake that are not there anymore have on-site parking, or do they all just use the on-street parking?
Generally, no on-site parking.
So nothing would change them compared to what it was before.
That's right.
And the feedback was generally supportive, except for just
Except for maybe 3 pieces of feedback, something like that, which were mostly concerned with the effects of the proposal for on-street parking in Littleton Town Centre.
Yeah, because of the just the general parking in Littleton.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Sarah.
Thank you. I mean, my understanding is that this has come about because of some specific rebuilds that are looking to happen in the area and that have been brought to council staff's attention. We've got other areas of the city, these other suburban centres as well, which have struggled in some of them to get some of the rebuilds. There used to be a whole pile of smaller shops in Linwood Village, for example, that didn't have on-street parking and now are off-street parking, and now there's requirements for them to have it. But with small titles, that's really difficult. Are we looking at a plan changes for other areas as well?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's a good point you've made, Councillor, that we've had to consider the precedent effect as well. So why are we just picking on Littleton? Yeah. And it's got particular circumstances that are set out in the report. There may well be other centres that were earthquake affected, and I think the council should perhaps consider whether or not there are any issues around those centres as well. It's a matter of where we stop in terms of, as Katie said originally, none of the local or neighbourhood centres had minimum parking requirements. So we're only putting the back to this one because of special circumstances. If the council wants to consider a review of that, then there's obviously a process to go through in doing that.
Yeah, because one of the things that we're trying to do is to keep these local neighbourhood centres viable and operating so that people don't have to drive as far, so they can walk to their local shops rather than driving to bigger areas and creating sort of traffic chaos there. So the original proposal through the district plan process was actually to do all of those suburban centres, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yep. And do we have much of a sort of really clear idea about why they didn't?
Well, looking at the panel, well, actually David may want to comment on this as well, actually, because you were involved, weren't you?
Yeah, I think, and this is the reason why, one of the reasons why we've limited it to Littleton. The issue that the panel grappled with is how far do you go? So for little small neighbourhood centres, this makes a lot of sense because a lot of people walk to the centres. They were concerned that we were applying it to larger centres such as Merivale, Barrington and the like, and they were saying well, there's not the same for those kind of centres. So there's over 100 centres in Christchurch. So we will have to, if we do this, we'll have to decide how small is too small to allow this, and where are the big ones that we need to provide parking, and so that will be a fine line. And so at the moment we've limited to Littleton because that's quite discreet. And obviously it's a community that people can walk. If we want to do it further, we'll have to have rationale as to why some and not others.
Yeah. So if we maybe with this on, could we ask for some advice on the potential for doing it for other small suburban centres which are struggling to rebuild post-quake, or something along those words, so that we're not going too big, and we get some advice back on whether we should do it for other centres.
Would you like that as an addition, Sarah?
Yeah, can we do that?
We can do that. Let's get it moved and seconded first. So I'm in agreement with that. So I'm happy to move. Sarah, will you second?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder, and then we can add a very sensible addition, which is that essentially staff monitor.
We'll request staff advice on a similar change in other smaller suburban centres.
Yep.
Facing similar issues.
And we probably don't need a time frame around that, as long as staff are aware of it. I guess.
Yeah, we'll get on. We'll have a look at the work program.
I guess inherently it's a moving feast anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we could capture something along those lines, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Great. Well, it's moved and seconded. Oh, Yanni, do you have a question?
Just wanted to check because I, endorse using the legislation, this process, but. Are we getting a list of the ones that we're actively pursuing and the time and the budget costs?
List of
what, sorry?
Sorry, just under 4.7, we're told that there's a number of things happening. We've got, there's other work programs around using the GCR. So I'm just trying to understand when we see that work program. Because like Councillor Temple's just talked about getting further advice, but I'm also mindful that there's other issues that we've raised previously that we have no visibility about if they're going through this process and how we progress them.
Yes, well, Katie, there's probably things you could say, but you might recall the Cranford Regeneration Plan was done under that Act.
Yeah.
We've done the Redcliffe School.
I'm just trying to look forward, like with number 4, is, how do we know in terms of you've got limited planning capacity? So have we got a list of kind of things that we're working through? So like we get the advice back, but then, it's going to take 5 years. You go, well, there's no point because this legislation is going to be gone, hopefully.
Yeah, you mean that? So at the moment, there's no other proposals that we're planning to use Section 71 for. The reason for that is we've now got our powers back under the district plan, so we are we've got some of the powers to use the district plan, and there's a streamlined planning process that the government put in place, which is similar to this kind of proposal. Using Section 71, you have to prove that it's necessary and it's for regeneration. So but using the streamlined process and the normal plan change, you don't have to use that test. So we're proposing to put all the other plan changes through that process at the moment. We've got a priority list of plan changes that's been workshopped with the Regulatory Performance Committee. Okay. And we'll bring a report back on progress on that.
So like our board's had a community meeting where I think people are quite keen to see what the work program is, but that workshop hasn't been held. But just under 4, it may be worth just specifying what legislation you're going to look at that advice through.
Well, I think it would be a case-by-case basis. Obviously, we can only use the Regeneration Act where there's a regeneration issue. So for those centres that have faced earthquake damage, that may be an option. If you want to apply it to wider centres that are struggling but not directly result of earthquake.
I think it's preferable to leave it open, because then that gives our staff the ability to look at the most effective method possible to get the change that's required. So if you start stipulating things, then you may be cutting your nose off to spite your face. So I'm comfortable with the staff answer.
I just worry that 4 is too broad and in terms of the work that we get staff to do, unless we're very clearly defined, we end up running the risk of duplication with DCL, duplication with Regenerate, and suburban master plans. And so I just really wanted to have under 4, I guess, just some kind of greater clarity over what exactly we're asking staff, because I don't know how staff could actually just I mean, I don't know where they'd go away and start even doing that. It doesn't mention geographic areas. It doesn't show what legislation they make the assessment
I
on.
think it allows us to be proactive around that space, and it gives staff a bit of scope to be able to find mitigations that are most appropriate for those areas. So from my position as the mover, and as long as Sarah's comfortable, I'm happy with that wording there. If you want to propose something else, you're welcome to. Well, I don't think that in all honesty, I think that this is a moving feast, and there isn't a defined time. And again, stipulating something, with timeframes on it just narrows it down and could probably hamstring us. So again, I'd probably prefer not to, because then we can address it when or where appropriate. Tim, did you have a question?
Not a question. I was just going to speak in support of it.
Oh, great. Okay, we'll close off questions now and move to debate. Tim, do you want to debate?
Thank you. I'm going to support this, and I'm going to support number 4. Now, it is a moving feast. We've got some small areas in Philomine area with regards to Selwyn Street shops, Beckenham shops. Moving into 2021, when the RMA change, or the allowances change for home-run businesses having to go back into community shopping or areas like that, key activity areas, that's going to be so important and give a new life to these areas, hopefully, because there's no life in them now. And there's a reason for that, because people are saving money operating from home. So we've got to be able to be fluid when these things happen. Addington is a different issue. It is an issue in the sense that those big companies leaving that community, going back into the central city, is going to leave a vacuum. What's the shape of that in the future? We've got to allow our staff to move a bit. We should also be able, as councillors, to request support from council staff to look in certain areas, and that's what we'll do, and I believe this allows us to do that, so thank you.
Excellent. Right, it's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thanks. And Andrew, back to you now as chair.
Great, thank you. So now moving to the next item, which is item 23, the draft submission on the Climate Change Response Zero Carbon Amendment Bill. Welcome to the table. Did you have any introductory comments that you wanted to make on this item?
In a nutshell, what we've got in the council report covers the key submission points. There is one error, is that instead of asking for biogenic methane emission target to be initially set at 35%, it should be 47%, which is the top of the range that's in the proposed bill. But other than that, you can take it as read.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Do we have a mover? Sarah? Seconded Mike? Any debate? All those in favour?
I just make the point that what the council is actually asking is that the targets for methane emissions are not tough enough, and that they need to be higher than the range of a very broad range, and that they should be set initially at the top of that range, which is 47%. And it makes the point very clearly that that actually, why would you have one set of gases that are not meeting the targets, and you're not requiring clear action or clear enough action from that group, and the rest of the community is having to take that strong action. And it makes the point very clearly here that a greater reduction target will drive more research and innovation. So the point of the urban community not subsidising for such a long period of time, the rural community is made very clearly.
Thank you. Right, we'll try it. Oh, Yanni.
Just pick up, it's not explicit in here, but I would hope that if someone's talking to it, that they do make reference to it. But the whole issue of insurance, we've just had a report go to one of our committees around the tsunami risk. And the whole idea of working around insurance, I think, is really critical to communities who are going to be adversely affected by some of the decisions that are made. So I would just hope that there's some consideration given to that if people are speaking to it, or whether it could be more explicitly referenced in our submission. But, I support the submission. Just think we need to think of the insurance and the banking sector as being part of this as well.
Sarah.
Thank you. I'd just like to make the point that this the zero carbon bill is about mitigating the impacts of climate change by reducing emissions so that climate change is not as bad as it would be otherwise. There's work going on. Local Government New Zealand and the council have been lobbying for some time now a central government response for the adaptation and the issues around adaptation, such as insurance that Yanni's talking about. But that is actually a separate matter, and I'm really looking forward to that coming to us so that we do get to make that point really clearly.
Right, we'll try that again. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 24, the draft submission on the Kainga Ora Homes and Communities Bill. And Paul, perfect time to make an entry. Good to have you with us. Were there any comments that you wanted to make on this matter before we ask any questions?
Where are we? No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've attempted a perfectly timed run chase, unlike the Indian team last night. So, thank you. I'll just pull out my eyes. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll obviously take the covering report and the submission as read, but just to briefly remind you of 3 key points on it. So, Council, we're recommending that Council submission supports the Bill's objectives around affordable housing and the associated well-beings with it around housing and urban development. Our submission emphasises taking account of 3 matters when doing so, when the Kainga Ora, the Crown entity, is in operation. So these are things around local engagement and decision making, treating housing as a human right and giving some operational effect to that in the government policy statement part of the bill, and taking account of the local context, so the local planning strategies and documents, for example, the Our Space one that you considered before lunch. So we explicitly reference that in the council submission. So you'll see that the submission is constructed around a narrative for a start, so trying to tell a story around those 3 things, Mr. Chair. And then we have some recommendations on the clauses of the bill, structured under the proposed board of the bill, its function, its principles, and the government policy statement. So just again to remind you that this bill essentially is setting up the Crown entity, and the legislation that talks about the powers that the Crown entity will have is anticipated to come sometime later in the year. But I guess as a prelude to that, just lately the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development have been talking to us about carrying out some engagement and discussion with likely partners and communities ahead of that second tranche of legislation being introduced. So in other words, a bit of discussion around working out how we're going to engage with you, how we're going to partner with you, how we're going to work with you in the first instance, which we imagine will help inform that second bill when it comes, Mr. Chair, if that's some helpful context for you.
Thank you. Questions? Glenn.
Thank you. As you know, there's concern at the moment, Paul, over intensification in some parts of the city. It's not so much intensification per se, but it's the way it's being delivered. What can you see in this part of the UDA, if it's applied to a local level, that will enable better process over that when it comes to, e.g., notification with the community?
Sure. I guess at a first principles level, if we're thinking about how it might operate in a housing space, and our submission also notes that the rest of the urban development that occurs should be ancillary to affordable housing development. So if we think about affordable housing as its primary focus, so if it operates in an area, say as it's done in other parts of the country, on the likes of your Tamakis, what's proposed at Porirua, and what's likely to be some cabs off the rank in Christchurch, if you think about some of the Housing New Zealand estates where council also owns some land. If you think about how it might upzone some of that land to create perhaps some high density type housing. So our submission again refers to, well, we want you to have a localism type principle approach here in terms of how you take account of our local planning documents, just defining and spelling out good quality a bit more. So it's rather loosely defined at the moment, so we're asking them to define that a bit more and to take into account good urban amenity and design in the whole process. So it may not specifically answer your concerns, but it's at a principles levels, and on that basis that's how we're pitching the submission for you when we engage with Kāinga Ora.
And just clarifying, this is over public housing, but we've also had some issues there with some developments over, whether or not the community's been taken on board.
Yes, quite correct. And I would think the Ministry is very keen to learn from what's happened in Glen Innes and Tamaki about how to do things a lot better in a more engaged way. And certainly when we think about trying to minimise the risk for the potential social dislocation when you move families out while some housing is being redeveloped and then they're moving back in. So we would like to think we'll be pretty hot on that, on stressing that side of the equation too.
Aaron.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, because you can spend a lot of money setting up, more layers of bureaucracy and stuff through Wellington, and then what are the deliverable outcomes? And also, when it says affordable housing, what's the definition being used here?
The bill doesn't define it. As I say,
Is that not a risk in itself?
I'll come to that,
Yep.
if you will. So we're making a recommendation that one of the clauses is changed to ensure that affordable housing remains so. So if you think about the typical definition of affordable housing, so households pay no more than 30% of their income on housing costs, we think that's the intent of it. We would suggest better places to flesh those sorts of things out, and a number of other matters if you're thinking about, for example, affordable housing requirements that you might want to see in developments is in the government policy statement on housing. So that'll set the direction, it'll be reviewed every 3 years, so it'll set the direction for the government's priorities around housing and urban development. So we would think that's the place to go into that more fully in a similar way that the GPS on transport does,
Yep.
Mr Falconer.
That's right, yep.
Thank you. Any further? Phil?
Thank you, Paul. And I was reading this last night and I might have missed it, but just in terms of the government setting up such an authority, how are we commenting on how we can ensure that, in fact, they don't override, local people's rights?
Yes, so we specifically note that, as I said, around the council's plans and policies and strategies developed, like the outspace. Local rights, if you're thinking about probably how I've touched on how people can remain in their communities and return in their communities. So that's something I would think that we're going to have to flesh out with them on the partnering and engaging and decision making. So as I say, they've alluded to that they want to have those conversations with us before the second tranche of legislation around the powers. So that's probably the place to try and enshrine that a bit more. And perhaps the government policy statement offers another vehicle, or electric vehicle, of course, in which to entrench that a bit further.
Or if it's a typo, if you can, there's conceiving of housing as a merit good.
Yes.
Just what that term meant.
Oh, right. So just in terms of how we discuss and frame up housing. So housing is a private good in many respects. It's key to wealth and the personal security in old age. But if we're thinking it more broadly in terms around of community infrastructure, if we think about it like that, and a merit good of how it has more public benefits, and then I think that allows us to frame it up and think about other ways of how to tackle housing issues and a more fuller range of solutions to it, how we best use our public resources for affordable housing outcomes for our households. That's really what it's getting there, to move away from the sole market focus on trying to address the problem, because market-only solutions haven't worked so well to date in some of these areas.
Thank you. Any further questions? Vicky?
This sets up, as I read it, an urban development authority at a central government level as part of the housing authority. And then there is a major gap of would those be required at local level? And my read of it is, and I may be completely wrong, so I'd like your view on it, is that there won't be local urban development authorities. There will likely be a national one. And if that's the case, then that changes our whole view on the whole future urban development possibilities around Christchurch.
That's certainly the indication we're having at this stage as well, that it is a Crown entity, so that will have some advantages and disadvantages associated with that.
So the concept of worrying about the future of regeneration because of Regenerate Christchurch, because of the urban development powers it has, becomes an academic exercise, potentially.
That's probably a fair reading of it, yes. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first tranche of legislation. They are saying there'll be a second tranche. Now that may include more local UDAs.
They're unclear on that, though, aren't they?
But they're not clear on that. Yeah. So this is all we've got at the moment. But there could be something in the future.
You wouldn't need it though if you had a national one.
Just following on from that, presumably there are a number of questions that a council or a territorial authority would decide to set up a UDA, not only because of the ability for it to have powers delegated to it from the national UDA, and noting the comment in your report, you're agnostic on what might happen in that second tranche of legislation. You're certainly not, as I read it, raising an issue that there won't be the opportunity for powers to be delegated to local UDAs or in fact territorial authorities or other local bodies. You're just saying there's no mention of it. You're not raising an expectation that there will not be the ability for that type of delegation, nor have I read that incorrectly?
No, that's right. There's no mention of it. We can't.
Yeah. Absolutely no mention of it. As recently as a meeting yesterday in Wellington with community housing providers, the chief executive of the ministry turned up and he made absolutely no mention of localised urban development authorities. His sole focus is on setting this one up and having dialogue with potential partners around the country before the second tranche is introduced. So that's clearly the page they appear to be on.
All right, we'll watch the development of the second tranche with interest in that case. Thank you.
We will advise you. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Do we have a mover for this recommendation, for this resolution? Glenn, seconded by Phil. Is there any debate? Glenn.
Okay, thank you. There are two main aspects to this as per the submission, being a public housing landlord and being a UDA. We know that demand for housing is huge, and people like Shamu Biola-Cube talks about New Zealand flatlining over public housing delivery in 1991 and also over affordable housing at the same time, and successive governments haven't grasped the nettle over that or realised, and now we're trying to play catch up, and New Zealand has real issues. So there's no problem there over the delivery of public housing. We need to give it all we can. Over the UDA side of it, which has taken up most of our discussion, we're acutely aware as a TA here of being overridden, and so that's possibly of as much interest to us as the actual housing. I guess my conclusion with what I've seen over the degrading resource consent notification process over the last 9 or 10 years, processes speed. We've all seen developments publicly shoot up in our communities where the community's been cut out of the equation. In one instance, they had to scrap the plans and it cost a lot of money and had to start again because they didn't take the people with them. So processes speed. If we're going to have a UDA, make it local, but you've got to front load it. Okay, well, maybe it'll come out in the second tranche, but take the community with you, or it will just be an almighty mess.
Dion.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's an interesting time around housing and whatnot in New Zealand, and we've got a growing population, but we've also got a rapidly ageing population as well. So, I mean, this is
It's interesting and it's good to get this submission through. But yeah, there is some concern around having a national UDA, because it basically, if you look at the powers that a national UDA are going to have, is basically come in and they can change your district plan pretty much like what we had under the SERA Act or the SERA Act, and a whole lot of things. And it could potentially override that localism conversation that we're having. So we need to be really conversing with the Crown around this, because we are seeing perversive effects of what happens when you do those kind of things, and we're seeing them in our communities at the moment. But there is the opportunity through the coming RMA changes to the changes that the Crown want to make to the RMA, and I look forward to seeing what they propose and getting involved in that process, because I think that will make the biggest changes to helping our communities get some of the outcomes that they want.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, I strongly endorse this submission. I think it covers some really important points. I mean, the irony here, of course, is that government, while refusing to enable councils to access income-related rents for our own city housing, are exempting themselves from paying development contributions to contribute to the growth in the areas where they're expanding their housing. So I think that's a really important point that we've made. Areas that have had a huge influx of social housing have had virtually no increase in amenity to deal with that growth. And I think it's outrageous that the government would try and exempt themselves from contributing to the community and the amenity of an area when they're building housing developments. The second point I think is really, really important in our submission, and that is it's basically paragraph 15 that says, in terms of local democracy, the Greater Christchurch context, there's growing disquiet over the inefficiency and confusion of having multiple regeneration agencies with urban planning and development functions. And, the sooner we get, the regeneration ecosystem sorted out with simplicity and actually, just take the footbridge as a classic example of the utter confusion that people have over who's responsible and who makes decisions, I think the better will be. So let's hope that if this does get set up, then we can have some very good clarity over the need to actually get rid of duplication and inefficient other agencies that exist in our city. But, I support the focus on housing. It needs to be done with community. And just coming back from the LGNZ conference, I think one of the really interesting points will be those RMA changes that have been touched on, and about whether the RMA process enables communities to participate, or whether it's seen as even further weakening the ability for people to be notified and the need for consenting. And I think that would be a real shame if it happened, but that's going to be the stage 2, I guess, as part of this, or it's going to be a separate process. But fundamentally focusing on housing, having the government actually do some development, I think is a sensible thing, but we just need to remove the duplication and need to ensure that they're paying for the true cost of that development rather than putting an extra burden on us as a city.
As we know well in Christchurch, having a central government agency involved in what are really local planning decisions in a top-down way can produce any number of unintended outcomes and outcomes that are not supported by communities. I think this is a good submission that picks up those issues. Locally driven partnerships, recognition of existing local communities, realising that there's some decision making that really needs to be driven from the local level, regardless of which entity has the responsibility to make decisions, really is a part of that localism debate that Yanni referred to. And of course, in Christchurch, we've been very familiar with some of this through the Earthquake Recovery Act, through the Regeneration Act, through the District Plan Review and the Independent Hearings Panel. And I'm certainly aware that the Christchurch experience has formed and needs to form part of the decision making about what a national UDA would look like, because there are certain things that have happened here that probably wouldn't be seen as good examples of ways that you would want to do things elsewhere. So it's the danger of top-down decision making processes because of having a national body without the opportunity for genuine local input, genuine local engagement, genuine local influence on decisions or local decision making. So I welcome this submission in as much as it picks up those points.
when we get into stage 2 of the development of legislation around this, certainly it would be my view that we would want to support the ability for powers that are held by the national UDA to be able to be delegated in some shape or form to a local entity, whether that was a local UDA or whether that was a local council. And of course, in recent developments with Regenerate Christchurch, we've sent a very strong signal around consolidation. We've sent a very strong signal around the next phase of Regenerate Christchurch bin, moving to the end of Regenerate Christchurch and defining what that end point looks like. And we've done that obviously through the letter of expectation that was recently issued, and we've sent a very strong signal through the new board appointments that we made. So this is timely for Christchurch. But it's also timely for us to reflect on where we've been and what we might want the future to look like in the context of the new entity that we're discussing with regards to this report. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now we move to item 25, the Mayor's monthly report. I'm happy to second. So James will move, I will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Item 26, the Chief Executive's report. I'm happy to move this. Tim will second. Yanni?
Two questions. One is, I was interested to know, didn't really get a clear answer if Council's done a review of our lockdown procedures and our terrorism response. So I just really wanted to understand if that work has been done, is being done, or is planned to be done.
Oh, we've got Bruce here.
Oh, great.
Dressed in black.
So apologies for the appearance. I'm actually on leave, but yes.
Thank you for coming in when you're on leave in that case.
So we are planning to do that. We're at the scoping stage to do that. We did some immediate internal stuff post the event, but we're now looking at getting external advice to review those procedures and some other security aspects as well across the whole portfolio. So that's work's going to be, I think we'll probably get the brief out into market in the next 3 to 4 weeks, and it's probably going to take a good couple of months after that to get that work finished.
And are elected members going to have any input into that?
I can certainly take that into account.
Yeah, I think for those of us that went through it at the time, might be quite good to have a process. The second question I wanted to ask is, are we going to get any briefing with the City Foundations Fund that was set up at the request of the Mayor around how they're planning to distribute those funds? I note that there's been an appointment of a councillor to one of the groups. Just wondering, I get calls from the community about how to access funding that was given to the city, but we don't seem to have had any information.
Okay, that probably will be better addressed. I mean, there has been some movement and there have been some developments in that regard. It probably would be good for us to get an update from the Christchurch Foundation in order to get that answered. And obviously, if there are concerns or if there are questions that community members have got for the Christchurch Foundation, those can be addressed to the Foundation. But the best way might be to get a briefing from the Christchurch Foundation on the mechanisms that they've put in place and to enable a discussion around these particular issues.
Finally, in relation to that, I have put a question through to the Office of the CE, but are the weekly terror response meetings still happening with staff, the Mayor and other agencies? And if so, how do we access that?
Is there someone who's able to answer that question?
Can anyone answer that? The weekly terror meetings, the weekly meetings around the terror attacks, are they still happening?
I can answer that. Yeah, every 3 weeks, I think now. They
Every
have
3
been every
weeks.
week, but now on a Monday, the ones that on Monday at Hagley. Yeah.
This is a different one.
Oh, that's a different one.
This is the one that was happening in the council building with the different executives of the agencies.
I can find out for you and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, if we
Okay.
can get a memo circulated to everybody with the answer to Yanni's question, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so this has been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion to receive the report. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. So now I will move the resolution to exclude the public. Do I have a seconder? Vicky? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.